and turn this primary from a campaign that's about negative attacks into one about what we're for, because we cannot get reelected. We cannot win this reelection. Excuse me, we can only reelect Donald Trump.
Hey, media matters for America. Go fuck yourself.
Yes, go fuck yourself indeed. From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be. Across these many time zones, this is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes. We'll have a look back at some of the news from the past week, and God save King Charles.
God save the king.
God save the king indeed. Welcome, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great.
I'm doing just fine.
We're a little light on the panel today. Tim will be along later. I don't know where Tim is.
I'm still a bit hungover.
Were you drinking during the coronation?
No. Well, yeah, a little.
It's like, no. Actually, yes.
Well, I was still a bit hungover from Cinco de Mayo as well, so.
Oh yeah,
I had like, I had like 10 shots of tequila and like 3 or 4 tequila sunrises.
Very nice, very nice.
But it was fun.
Sammy, did you watch the coronation?
I did watch the coronation.
That's good, because I was live streaming while that was happening.
You mean you weren't live streaming the coronation? Why not?
Sorry,
you're a Victorian.
I'm a gamer.
You're a Victorian. It goes without saying.
Yeah.
Yes, God save the king. God save the king. They scored one. All right, let's kick this off with bits and pieces. A little different this week because we weren't on last week, so there'll be some 2 weeks worth of news. So a Texas man on a date who paid $40 to park only to learn inside a Houston burger joint that he was scammed, allegedly went back out and fatally shot the man posing as attendant and then returned to his date, according to court records.
Based.
Yes, this guy did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's going away.
Yeah, he's going away. So,
Yep. Straight to jail.
That's straight up murder.
So I think it was Houston. Yeah, Houston. Yeah.
Houston. Yep.
So yeah, his date fucking dobbed him in. So
Naturally.
clearly she doesn't want a second date. A wind turbine has collapsed at Petersburg High School in.
Is the wind turbine a bit flaccid?
Yes. What fucking state is this?
Petersburg.
There's like 7 Illinois. Sorry, God.
Okay.
I'm like,
yeah. There's a lot.
Petersburg the third.
Petersburg.
What the fuck? No, it's Illinois. You idiot. So yes, the wind turbine fell over because the brakes stopped working. So the blades just kept spinning. So the blades are able to spin freely, and because of that, they couldn't perform maintenance on it. They needed to wait for the wind to stop. So
it's called the Illinois has the Windy City for a reason.
yeah, but is Petersburg near Chicago?
I don't know.
I think Chicago is the Windy City because it's on. Was it Lake Superior? Or is it Lake Michigan?
One of the lakes.
It might.
It's on the Great Lakes, but I can't remember the name of the lake.
One of the bigger two.
I get a pass because I don't live there. Renowned academic Noam Chomsky told the Wall Street Journal that his meetings with Jeffrey Epstein are none of your business. So, of course, Jeffrey Epstein's calendar
Chomsky,
came out.
pedo, confirmed. Thank you.
Yep.
So, well, no, look, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to say that everybody who had a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein is a pedophile.
Just everyone.
I think if you, I think if you went to
island.
his island multiple fucking times, probably a pedo, or probably enjoy the services of
At least
underage girls.
or at least enjoying the sights thereof.
Yes. But yeah, look, Jeffrey Epstein was a rich guy. Rich guys get to meet people who like whoever the fuck they like. If a billionaire,
guys
if a
do
billionaire
weird
calls you
shit.
up,
Yeah, rich guys do weird shit, like diddle some kids.
well, apparently. Anyway, Katy Perry has lost a trademark battle with a fashion designer called Katy Perry.
Rip.
So, 15 years it's been running. So yes.
When you have a name like John Smith, you can't go around suing other companies with the name John Smith.
Well,
it's not exactly like that, but Katie.
if
Perry
your name
and
was
Katie
Johann
are-
Smith, and someone held a trademark for John Smith, yes, you're shit out of luck.
Depends on
Yeah.
how you're using the trademark.
Well, here it is. I don't think it's like that in the US. I think it's if you hold the trademark, that's it. Like it can't be used in any other context.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I think that might actually be the way it is here as well. It's just if you're a registered business, you can have the business name in the like you can be registered as the business under the particular industry. So yes, the U.S. Treasury has repeated again that the banking system is sound and resilient after yet another fucking bank has collapsed. Well, no, sorry, I'm sorry, no, it didn't collapse. It was seized by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation and sold to J.P. Morgan Chase at a massive discount.
Yep, very quick sell as well.
Very quick sales.
Nothing sus.
So yes, the Fed has Jamie Dimon's number, or the Treasury has Jamie Dimon's number. But yes, this was the Jubilee. Yeah, but yes, it's now the second largest bank failure in U.S. history because this was actually bigger than so First Republic Bank is bigger than SVB. So and it's not even we're not even in a financial crisis yet. So it's gonna be fun.
Not yet. Wait until the end of the year.
Hunter Biden has appeared in court for his baby mama showdown. His lawyer says he's already paid $750,000 in child support. Oh, Jesus fuck. So President Biden's 53-year-old son appeared in person for the paternity suit hearing in Batesville amid his ongoing battle to reduce payments for the 4-year-old daughter he has with London Roberts. That's the weirdest spelling of London. 32, a former stripper with whom he had a month-long affair. Let me just reiterate that cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Oh yeah.
Banana artwork worth $120,000 was eaten by a hungry visitor at a South Korean museum.
Wait,
They
this
opened
is
with
a
a
new
pun.
thing?
They opened with a pun. It was low-hanging fruit. I'm like,
Yeah, this sounds familiar.
yeah, it does sound familiar. I'm pretty sure this happened the last time as well.
So it's just repeat news because
Yeah.
they got nothing else to do.
Yep. Oh, this was great. Where we go? Edge tab. I didn't realize Jeff Dunham was still touring.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah. He started doing that like 4 or 5 years ago with
Hey,
Volker.
Daisy. Yeah, see, I haven't seen Jeff Dunham in fucking years.
Yeah, he's great.
So the speaking of Biden, he was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, of course, where they all,
All right, he's
Gathered
a true
together to-
comedy here.
To suck off the president, yes.
Yeah.
Unless it's Trump.
In a lot of ways, this dinner sums up my first 2 years in office. I'll talk for 10 minutes, take 0 questions, and cheerfully walk away. In a lot of ways.
Yes. Fucking prick.
Yep.
Literally what he does. Fucking ridiculous. And yes, they all applauded like seals. So
Naturally.
Yeah, everything he said was funny. Yep.
A top $76,000 a year New Jersey boarding school admits more should have been done to stop the bullying of a boy 17 who took his own life after being falsely accused of rape for a year by cruel peers. Jack Reed, 17, a student at Lawrenceville School in New Jersey, took his own life after being bullied by other students. A year after his death, a school statement recognizes the failures of the school to protect Jack, noting how inaction by teaching staff contributed to his death. The school has committed to taking corrective action, including appointing a new dean who will be responsible for dealing with mental health issues. Like, fucking hell.
Yep.
Like a year of just a year of bullying and accusations that he's a rapist. Like,
And inaction of teachers.
yeah, and teachers just doing nothing. He should just come out as trans. Would have been sorted immediately.
Mm-hmm. Feel worse for the parents spending so much, and your kids, kills himself because of the actions within that school.
Yeah.
And there's very little contact between parents and kids in a boarding school. So they probably didn't know what was going on at all.
Well, yeah. Look, I don't know how you can ship your kids off like that. Like the kids.
Yes, but the idea is a learning institution, like a 24-hour learning institution.
But that's bullshit. It's not a 24-hour learning institution.
Not really, no.
It's just I don't want to hire a babysitter, or I want to go and do my own thing. So let's send our kid to it's shit parenting. So
yes,
it's like shipping your kid off to a fucking overseas boarding school, like a prep school, like in the Swiss Alps or some shit. Like it doesn't show that you care for your kids. All it shows is that you don't give a fuck.
No, I disagree with that. There are some opportunities you can get from just, going from like your normal local area and going out and exploring. And the way to do it is going to a boarding school outside your area.
That may be, but those
so having
the money
contact.
to be able to afford those far-flung boarding schools, that's what gives you the opportunities. It's not the boarding school itself. Like one of the parents could be hands-on and organize all that stuff. Tom Bolo says rural kids used to go to boarding schools to cut down on travel time. Yeah. Yeah, and he also says a lot of rural schools offered zilch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I understand military school if it's a fucking if it's a kid that plays up all the time and gets into trouble because, like, despite your best efforts, they get into trouble all the time. They need to be set straight, and usually they need to be removed from the cohort that they're hanging out with. So, but yeah,
does it really solve it? Because after they're done, they have to go back into that situation, right?
Well, no, they don't, because you finish school there. Like, you finish school at the military school, and then by the time you come back, all your cohort is all gone. They've aged out. They've moved on to college.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Or they're in jail.
Or they're in jail.
One of the two. My cousin went to a military school, but that's because a military family. It wasn't all that different. It was like right off on the base for them. But he ended up not being such a good apple after all. So, que sera.
Speaking of people who belong in jail, these fucking protesters.
Oh yes, I hate these. Yep, got what you deserve, or whatever.
It's in German, so you don't need the audio.
Spricken sie
I think everybody can relate to people blocking the fucking road.
Literally put his fist up, you flinch, and then you. Why would you go back at him?
Yeah,
because that razor fist was a warning.
Well, he didn't hit me, so he mustn't be going to hit me at all. Allow me to remedy you of that particular delusion. Good news: a bipartisan group, including Matt Gaetz and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is unveiling a bill to ban lawmakers from even owning stocks. I think the only thing they can own is T-bills. So no derivatives, no nothing. Just fucking, you can invest in government bonds,
which are not. Yeah, you can't.
And you can put your shit in a blind trust.
Yep. It keeps people from basically giving more legislative benefits to certain companies that they hold stock in.
Yeah, and violating it would get you a referral to the Department of Justice.
Oh, scary.
Yeah, I know. Biden's DOJ.
To be fair, there's not much.
I don't know. If you're a January 6th protester, the Biden's DOJ is pretty fucking scary.
That's true.
Former child star Matthew Lawrence says he lost out on a role in a Marvel film after refusing to strip for a director in a hotel room.
Whoa!
So yeah, it was totally Bryan Singer, and it was totally the X-Men films, or one of the X-Men films.
Probably
X-Men 2. Yeah.
Probably the best thing to do is to refuse that.
Yeah, yeah.
I could totally see him.
Well,
as
yeah. Well, he apparently wanted him to strip naked and pose for Polaroids, because that's how they do. They get you to pose for nude Polaroids and they pass them around,
and then use that as blackmail material
or jerk off material. I think it's more jerk off material than anything else.
After that, yeah.
I mean,
both.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if Harvey Weinstein had a collection.
Of course.
Apparently, divorce is really expensive. No
figure.
Shit. See, Ryu posts these stories and then doesn't show up. Terrible news.
Of course.
Terrible news. Kevin Costner is leaving Yellowstone. So after 5 seasons, he's leaving Yellowstone after drama with Taylor Sheridan, which is very disappointing. I'm very sad, but I have a solution.
Heart attack?
No, I have a solution. Just take Josh Lucas, add some fucking wrinkles and some gray, and there you go. He already plays John Dutton. He just plays John Dutton in flashbacks. Easy. Problem solved.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of that stuff.
It's fucking great. Everybody who likes decent TV, you like conservative TV, you'll like.
I don't even watch TV anymore.
Well, you don't watch TV. You just download it. So replace Kevin Costner with Don Johnson. That'd work. That could work. That could totally work.
Yeah.
What does Don Johnson look like nowadays?
They basically are the same person, just about. Don Johnson's a bit shorter and more whiter.
Perfect.
Yeah,
do it.
They look exactly the same.
Fucking lock it in. Lock it in. Put a fucking hat. Let's see if he's ever All right.
He's done some cowboy stuff before.
All right. Not old, but yeah, that'll work. There you go, Taylor Sheridan. Sorted. You've got 2 options. Poker says have not watched Yellowstone, but all I see on Twitter are people mocking the Costner character for spouting woke lines. Kevin Costner is woke. The character isn't. The character is
hell
based.
no. Based as fuck.
The only slight wokeness of him is he wants to protect his land and preserve it the way it is, and he thinks the Native Americans got a shit deal, which they did.
Well, yeah, that's just facts.
Yeah, believes in facts and logic. This shout out to Maze. This was actually a good.
We have predators on our streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. Tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developing, because they literally have not been socialized. We should focus on them now, not out of a liberal instinct for love, but for simple pragmatic reasons. Does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people. Beyond the pale. We have no choice but to take them out of society. We must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malfactor in society. I don't care why someone is antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to burden them off from the rest of society. They are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. We must take back the streets.
And that's when he had his full faculties. About
Remember moderate Democrats.
We have.
Remember those. I remember those.
Yeah.
Did he write that speech or did he steal that speech?
No, I think he wrote that one. It was he actually delivered that on the floor of the Senate.
Yep.
So.
I mean, he still / write that speech beforehand.
It may have been from the 92 crime bill. Yeah, may have been part of the thing. Yeah. I saw the original footage. It was I think it was around the early 90s. So I was talking to the wife yesterday about Joe and his this is I'm going to be the most boring president ever. Like nothing's going to change. Like no, there'll be no massive changes. No, like I'm going to be a conservative president. Like blah 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 blah. And fucking hard, none of this hard left stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Fucking guy's the most left wing president America's had.
I want off Uncle Joe's wild ride.
You might as well just elected Bernie. At least Bernie's coherent.
Bernie would have been better.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the issue is, it's not him; it's the people around him.
Well, that's exactly
causing
right.
all these issues.
Biden's not deciding anything. Biden's it's like your elderly grandfather becoming president. And you're his chief of staff. Oh, okay, Sonny. Well, I'll announce this.
You did show the Walter skit in the beginning. So
I don't know how much longer people will take it.
Apparently another 4 years.
Yeah. Actually,
technically 5 because it's not an election year.
Well, actually, I don't know how long people will take it.
Probably not too much because the banking is going to collapse at the end of the year.
The other bit that came out was this with Biden using a cheat sheet again.
Well,
Literally,
it's not really
well, this was literally with a question, and who would ask it, and what the fucking question would be. Like what?
Yep.
I mean, if you're surprised now, then you really haven't been paying attention.
Yeah, no,
It's so
No, it's
bad
not-
that TYT are against.
it's not
him right
about
now.
it's not about being surprised. Yes, he's the most anti-trains president ever. Yes, very, very, very anti-trains. I don't know why he hates the train union.
He's transphobic.
He's transphobic. Yes, very transphobic. But yeah, ROK joint press conference, tough Q&A, domestic issues, 2024, finishing the job, winning battle for soul of nation, protect freedoms, ensure dignity and respect, exclamation point. And I think the exclamation is actually drawn in. Growing the economy from the bottom up and middle out. Stop extreme MAGA attacks on Medicare and Social Security. Who bangs on about Republicans or a certain Republican wanting to cut Medicare and Social Security? Something Trump? Restore protections of Roe, block abortion bans. Never been more optimistic about the country's future. Jesus fucking Christ. It's just you. Like, fuck, man. 70% of voters don't want him to run for a second term. So, of course, he announced his re-election bid. Let's watch his relaunch video, shall we? Oh my god! And there will be no primary. They've said as much.
Oh, naturally, because he's already incumbent.
Yeah, ask Jimmy Carter how that works.
Fucking hated this.
Freedom,
Fuck you.
personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans.
There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred.
That's been the work of
Except
my
for
first
those
term,
3
to
years.
fight for our democracy,
This shouldn't be a red or blue issue.
to protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it.
Unless you're a Republican.
But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up
MAGA
to take away
MAGA
bedrock
extremists.
freedoms, cutting Social Security that you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what healthcare decisions.
No, you didn't pay for your Social Security your entire life. You paid for whoever was fucking claiming it now.
Yeah.
It went into a fucking pool and then went straight out. It's going to be broke by 2032.
Yeah, it's not a personal fucking account.
Like, you guys have lost your fucking mind.
Well, it's because politicians lies. And naturally, because people are not informed of how the functionality of certain programs are, they buy the lie.
Women can make, banning books and telling people who they can love, all while making it more difficult.
Who the fuck is telling people who they can love?
No
Except,
one.
oh, no, you
we're-
can't
we're-
love kids.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
You cannot love kids. Do not the
Difficult
kids.
for you to be able to vote.
What? Who's the lady dragging me? What?
When I ran for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America, and we still are.
How? You had almost 4 years. How have you not won yet?
The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more
Less.
rights or fewer.
Less.
I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do
fewer.
too.
Yep.
This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
No!
Because I know America. I know we're good and decent people. I know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect and treating each other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal, that everyone should be given a fair shot. to
Just
succeed
some
in this
people are
country.
more equal.
Thank you for choosing us.
Every generation of Americans has faced a moment when they have to defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights.
Your personal freedom to be locked up in your house.
And this is our moment. So if you're with me, go to joebiden.com and sign up.
No.
Let's finish this job. I know we can. Because this is the United States of America.
Finish this job. I
There's
know where I
nothing,
am.
simply nothing we cannot do if we do it together.
Can someone tell me what these shiny buttons do?
I noticed something. He always says we're fighting for democracy. Thermo, what is the US's structure, political structure?
They're a republic.
It's more of a...
Yeah, a constitutional republic.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the democracy.
No, but he's not. He's referring to democracy as in the broad concept of people voting, as opposed to the particular system of democracy that it was instituted by the
But
Greeks.
all people
in
can
antiquity.
vote. Well, all citizens can vote, correct?
Yes.
He's speaking in the layman's terms.
Yeah.
So.
It's just language that I just shake my head sometimes.
It's all buzzwords.
Well, speaking
now.
of
That's all it
speaking
really
of
is.
democracy and for everybody being able to vote.
Yes,
Hey,
the actual
Doing well.
candidate
Is it
that should be the
19%?
actual.
Hasn't really gotten that much out there. I mean, and I'm starting to hear more and more talk about him. Are we going to actually have a challenge here?
I'm trying not to laugh, Joe. There's not going to
Wait,
be.
can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
Do you know how many people said the same thing about Donald Trump in 2015 on
Yes,
this show?
except I
said
will
the
note-
same exact
Yes,
thing.
because there was going to be a Republican primary. But I really think that the mealy-mouthed Democrats, as I like to call them, and some of my progressive friends who would like to live in a fantasy land, they need to come back to reality. And the reality is this. The sitting president of the United States of America is a Democrat that would like to run for re-election, so much so that he has declared a re-election campaign. In that case, the Democratic National Committee will not facilitate a primary process. There will be no debate stage for Bobby Kennedy, Marianne Williamson, or anyone else to stand
So we're going to have
on.
another Bobby Kennedy in an empty chair in the debate, right?
There will be no debate.
Yeah, no debate.
The Democratic National Committee administers the debates, and they're not going to set up a primary process for debates for someone to challenge the head of the Democratic Party.
So yeah, best of luck.
Yeah,
like,
they can do that.
The
Also,
Democratic Party. Well, I mean, who should be like? We shouldn't be surprised. The Democratic Party hasn't been run Democratic primaries for years. So they might as well be in a smoke-filled room picking the candidate.
They basically are. It's funny how they just say a whole bunch about democracy, but within their own party, very little democracy in it.
Yeah.
I did note that they cut very late to because they were showing the prompter. And you can see it switched to the next line. I don't remember who it was. It's very sloppy work.
Yeah.
Is he on the ballot in states across the country? I think sometimes people forget that there is a very
you
technical
still see
process
that?
when it comes to getting on a ballot. And so is Bobby Kennedy, is Steve Bannon bankrolling his ballot access? We don't know, but I would venture to say not. Mika's point, though, is very important. And I mean, Amy has the data. I read it every week, honey. I'm subscribed, a super subscriber. Thank you. And I will just say that it would be a mistake for Democrats not to invest early in this race, because it is not a foregone conclusion that Joe Biden is winning re-election. Right. There are questions with young voters, questions with black voters, Latino voters. You cannot believe that folks are just going to come back out because the guy on the ticket on the other side, or the woman, is a Republican. Is he on the ballot?
Or the woman? What? Does she think Nikki Haley's going to fucking win? My God. I can't stand Simone Sanders. She's like the word, like
all I heard is they're going to be doing doing early votes for your mail very early.
Oh, a COVID 2 electric boogaloo. We need to.
Well, it won't be COVID because the WHO has already.
It'll be COVID.
Marked it as a end of a pandemic. So
it's no longer a pandemic.
Yeah, they're winding that down.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. We won. We beat the COVID. We beat the flu. Now the flu can come back, and now the flu can come back next year.
No, they'll just get another disease to rile us up.
Oh, interestingly enough, Tim's going to have to get another booster to go to the US. So, because the US is it's like the only country in the West that requires vaccinations for fucking visitors.
Yep, it's like 2 or 3 boosters.
Wait, boosters?
Just not the
boosters.
Oh, fuck, Jesus Christ!
Not for long.
Yeah, okay, yes, that's endemic now.
Yeah,
never going away. 10-year-old children were found working at a Louisville McDonald's until 2 a.m. Good for them.
Yeah,
get out there and work. So 2 10-year-old children were found working
boy.
at a Louisville McDonald's restaurant, sometimes until 2 a.m., the Department of Labor said Tuesday. Revelation was part of an investigation into the child labor law violations in the Southeast. I don't know if you've been to a McDonald's drive-through lately, but sometimes it look like the people serving you look like they're fucking 10 years old. Like,
yep.
I mean, that's the only people
who
even
allowed to
there.
work. Allowed to work? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Now, I remember working at around that age, but it was more like
in a coal mine.
No,
or as a chimney sweep.
Folding pizza boxes for quarters to play the video game.
10-year-olds don't wash their hands.
True. I remember my 10-year-old job.
Well.
Basically, it was just emptying out bins at my school.
Yeah.
Like basic stuff like that.
That's you're supposed to use detention kids for that. Why pay them?
Because the cleaners asked me to.
Yeah, so iDubbbz is a cuck. We're not going to go through that video. That was just painful to watch.
Basically, just old news. He's a cuck.
I don't like Sam Hyde.
Probably because Sam Hyde clowned on him when he tried to do an expose on Sam Hyde.
Yes. Killer nurse Lucy Letby sobs as she gives evidence for the first time. So this is a woman who's accused of killing 10 babies when she worked on the neonatal unit of the Countess of Chester Hospital. This is back in 2015. Yeah, iDubbbz is still crying. He's never going to not cry.
Yep.
iDubbbz's issue is his girlfriend that he loves so much does porn. And because of that, he's emasculated. But he can't quit her. So,
and he lost that fight in that whatever thing he was
seriously
doing.
What happened? What happened to these people? H3H3, fucking iDubbbz. These guys used to be cool. I guess these guys used to at the very least be entertaining.
True.
Now they've just turned into fucking weirdos.
They let their women just walk all over them.
Wrong. It's
control.
No, it's California.
I think
it all happens when they moved to California because they wanted to get big.
But they already lived in California.
No, H3.
H3 lived in Israel, yeah, but
Israel, then New York.
No, it's just fucking yeah, and it's nothing to do with with the women because Ethan ignores Ela. If Ethan listened to Ela, he might be a bit more rational. But yeah, well, maybe that's it. Maybe they sold out to the woke mob. Maybe
I do find it. Ela has the more actual business with her Teddy Fresh.
She's got the business sense, but I Ela's problem's weird. Her OnlyFans thing and changing her entire look because Ethan's obsessed with OnlyFans thoughts. It's just so fucking weird. It's genuinely sad.
Yeah, probably not go into depth with that. It's probably something to do with her father's death and something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, she says she didn't do it. So I guess the court will decide.
Snappy has a important question. Has Healer's
OnlyFans leaked? I don't think she's posted anything. I don't think. Let me check. This is important. Very, very, very crucial. Well, I'll check it. I'll check and see if it's.
She's got a nice booty.
Klein.
So I agree with Eric that Healer will leave Ethan, but only once Ethan starts going down the proper loses podcast viewers massively, and basically just becomes a nobody.
No posts, no media, no nothing. So yeah, no update. I really have to resist the temptation to make a small, medium, and large joke. Yes, petty larceny. Moment, 2 armed robbers, both under 5 feet tall, robbed New Jersey Best Buy while trying to steal iPhones, sending customers and staff fleeing. Yeah, Snafu. I want to see him too. So, but I'm like, it's that perverse. Yeah, I want to see. So here they are. They're barely taller than the tables.
They're so cute. Someone needs to get the Lollipop Guild and get their members
get
back in
fucking
line.
IDs. IDs pulled.
Are these kids or are they actual adults?
They've got guns.
They're adults,
and I presume they're legally acquired guns.
Don't make that assumption.
Well, I mean, that's why gun laws work so well, because criminals just legally purchase guns.
Criminals follow the law, right? That's how it works.
Yeah, I think you've got to be under 5 foot to be a midget. Yeah, Costy, let's put the expensive stuff on the top shelf.
Yeah,
They'll piss off women though.
4'6" or 4'8".
That's fucking hilarious. What the fuck? Naked
What
man robbing Townsend Pizza.
Oh fuck yeah!
What the fuck?
Okay.
I think we need to exit out before we see something
else. What the
else.
hell, Daily Mail? An AI image dataset demands money from photographer who requested removal of his photographs. So a prominent stock photographer who requested his photos be removed from a dataset used to train AI image generators has been sent an invoice demanding $1,000. Robert Knusek used the website Have I Been Trained to find quote unquote heaps of his photos had been included in the Leon dataset that artificial intelligence image generators like Stable Diffusion use to inform its algorithm. How did I pronounce it? I forgot how to pronounce it before. Knesh wanted his stock photos removed from the Leon data pool, but in a shocking turn of events, the German photographer received a threatening letter from a law firm acting on behalf of Leon. In the letter, the lawyer argued Leon only maintains a database containing links to image files that are publicly available on the internet, arguing that it doesn't keep the image data so that it can't delete the file. There are simply no pictures that could be deleted. LOL.
Well, not only that, once you basically, quote unquote, sell your stuff as stock images, it's like it's open to the world.
Well, no, it's licensed to the stock image company, and then they can.
Well, okay.
Welcome, Tim.
God save our gracious King.
God save the King.
Yes, God save the King.
Did we do that?
We haven't done that part yet.
Okay.
We've been occasionally praising the need to save the King.
Right here.
But yes, after shooting down Kanesh's request to remove his images, Lyon's lawyers took the extraordinary step of demanding €887 from the photographer for an unjustified claim. That's fucking hilarious. This
Nice.
article was generated by an AI. Fuck, I hope so.
That would be hilarious.
Give it time. Give it time
that's
and
right.
they'll
Apple
be-
display models are disabled, but are display functional. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, if you rob like visible stock from even if you rob stock from an Apple store, it's worthless because they'll lock the serials. You can't activate it. People who buy secondhand Apple stuff get fucked by this stuff. I don't know why people do smash and grabs on Apple stores. Like, it's so fucking dumb. They can track everything.
Because they're dumb and retarded, and they just see money. They're just
it's because they're.
Hold on. Are they legally those items worthless, or do you have an actual value?
I guess you could use. The parts for spares. I guess.
When it comes to them taking it, they count as if they are fully functional.
In the eyes of the law.
Then they're fucking screwed in terms of the limits that some states have.
Yeah. So it's a completely pointless business opportunity.
Yeah, but again, criminals are dumb and retarded, and they just see, expensive thing equals sell money, and it's not how it works.
Yep.
I think I know why Ryu isn't here.
Oh,
Pornhub has blocked this content in Utah to protest the state's new age verification laws. So now, if you're in Utah and you go to Pornhub, it will not load for you.
Poor Ryu.
You'll get a video message from Sherry DeVille, who questions the law's efficacy and said the company made the decision to completely disable content until lawmakers develop a real solution.
Sherry DeVille, that's nice. Nice.
So yes, I do not support these ridiculous laws.
No,
I don't. They are anti-free speech, as well as anti-porn, and they are driven by organizations that would gladly sacrifice the right to free speech on the altar of morality.
Yep.
Fuck those people.
It's the old Christian right from the 80s.
Yeah, it's
90s.
morality in media.
It's the morality police again. Yeah.
It's literally it's the people who like Tipper Gore who got fucking explicit lyrics banned. So
yeah, that side of the right never went away. It was it was just shattered down by the leftist insanity.
Yeah, we just ignored them.
Basically, isn't Pornhub's parent?
Not in Australia, Snafu. Not in Australia.
Ooh,
yeah.
Hentai is about to get fucking all anime banned in Australia. It's crazy.
No difference here.
Yeah.
If it's an underage picture, if it's an underage cartoon, there was a guy in I think it was Melbourne,
probably,
who got done for having like a cartoon of Bart Simpson with Marge or something disgusting like that.
Yeah.
And it was Bart Simpson's 10.
Yeah. But it's canonically 10.
It's canonically 10, therefore it's child porn.
Yeah.
Okay. Bart Simpson doesn't exist, so canonically it's nothing, but okay.
Yeah, but Snafu in the regular H, you still have the character is actually 1,000 years old.
School kid.
But she's 1,000 years old. This is why Japan has to have so many declarations on their products saying all characters in this media are of the age 18 and over, even though they're literally looking like a child. It's creepy and fucking. I understand. Yeah, I understand where the morality police come from in that respect. Like, at the end of the day, it still looks like a child. It's still fucking creepy. This is why you stick with MILF hentai.
Jesus Christ.
Play it safe, boys. Play it safe.
Unicha.
Okay, this is too weird for me.
Goddamn weeaboos in here.
I didn't start it for once.
Fucking weebs. Yes, The Flash's production designer insists the movie is so good, fans will forget about Ezra Miller's controversial antics and crimes.
we'll just forget about him abducting a child at gunpoint. Yeah, okay, sure.
It's all right, Costi. We've stopped. The Weebery has stopped. Yes. So apparently, it's just that fucking good.
I doubt it. Just
DC
hit me for
movie.
extra doubt.
It's a DC movie. Of course, it's not going to be good.
I just want it to be released.
I just want it over and done
Like,
with. I
just,
agree.
just put it out already. Fuck.
Yeah.
This film has been in the can for so long.
This is the same shit that DC always does. Same shit with Justice League and Snyderverse. The Snyderverse, the Snyder version, whatever the fuck that was. They hold these projects off for so long, or they release it and then they'll go back and they'll wait for so long to do this massive re-release, and it's just like, dude, it's just a movie. Your movie's
Warner Brothers is the fucking worst.
They are the absolute worst. And your movies are borderline fucking CWT now anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Remind me what happened to the CW?
Went bankrupt.
It's still kind of
like
kicking.
BuzzFeed and Vice Media.
Well, BuzzFeed News went dark, but I think we'll cover that later.
Yeah. Speaking of comic book films, just as a brief aside, I watched Guardians 3 yesterday.
Ah, good.
Fucking great. Best thing Marvel's done since Endgame, because the Spider-Man films don't count.
That's kind of like not a hard.
I was gonna say it's not a high bar.
High bar.
But
Best.
But okay, it's best since Endgame. But okay, so what pre-Endgame are we?
What pre-Endgame? I would say it's
one?
better than Guardians 2.
Okay, cool.
So
I mean, you can't get as good as Guardians 1. So I wouldn't expect it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, there was someone nearby me cutting onions, like lots and lots of very large onions.
I spoiled the. I haven't watched a Marvel film since Endgame. So when did Ant-Man and the Wasp come out? Was that after Endgame? No, that was before Endgame.
Ant-Man and the Wasp was before.
That was before, because that's what happens in the Stinger is they get snapped. So I haven't watched a Marvel movie since Endgame.
Yeah.
So okay, fair enough. If it's better than Guardians,
it's good.
Guardians,
It's a nice conclusion.
Yeah. Good.
And of course, it's the last movie,
Guardians movie.
from. Well, no, it's not the last Guardians movie.
Okay.
Because at the end,
it's the
last James Gunn Guardians.
Oh, that's right. Because James Gunn's going full DC now, isn't he?
James Gunn's like in charge of DC, the DCEU.
Yeah.
He's the DC Kevin
Feige.
Feige.
As long as it's good, that's fine. All right, I might check it out. No, fuck you, Baz. Even I know Love and Thunder's trash.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Taika Waititi.
Fucking love it.
Taika
Waititi just phoned that shit in.
Taika Waititi is a hack. He's had a couple of okay movies like Jojo Rabbit, but he's a fucking hack. And his Marvel performance is proven.
I liked where the story was going, but they didn't nail it at all. It pissed me off.
Taika Waititi gets a pass because he's a decently good looking bloke. First of all,
who must be hung like a fucking horse.
Two, he's a Kiwi, so he gets an automatic pass because he's a Kiwi, not an Australian, so he's exotic. And 3, Korg, he carries him a long way. Sorry, I'm eating with my mouth full. Korg carries him a long way. Yes, Korg carries him a lot. People give him a lot of passes because of Korg in the Thor movies, and they think that's all that he is. But no, Taika Waititi is a fucking hack who just wants to inject he doesn't actually give a damn about the project itself. He's just there to roll the camera. He's practically admitted as such with Love and Thunder.
Yeah, that one was definitely like he phoned that in so hard.
Yeah. He's there so he can hang out on set with Tessa Thompson and whoever
realistically, yeah, that's right. Well, look, I can't blame him.
I don't
totally
blame
have
the
a
dude,
threesome with Tessa Thompson and Rita
Ora.
Ora.
It compromises the product. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, look, they really shouldn't have. They shouldn't. Like, yeah, Ragnarok was great, but they didn't need to. They didn't need to give him the next film. Like, they really didn't.
I did like Russell Crowe though. That was interesting.
Yeah, that was
part
fun.
for him.
Oh, that's right, because he played.
He plays
Zeus.
Zeus.
And then
Yeah,
the
'cause
whole
the-
game Zeus.
Yeah, because the Pantheon is real.
The Pantheon is
Marvel,
the
Marvel
Greek
Cinematic-
Pantheon
yeah,
is in Marvel. Absolutely,
Yeah.
they've just never used it.
Yeah.
In the MCU, because Hercules was an Avenger for a very long time. The Marvel version of Hercules.
Yes.
Yeah. Not
Heracles. Heracles, you had it right the first time.
Oh no, he's Hercules in Marvel, but Heracles, yeah.
Heracles is the Greek.
They go by the Roman name Hercules in Marvel.
Oh, sorry, I needed to unshare and then reshare the tab so that you can hear. So yeah, apparently Governor Abbott is racist for shipping illegals to New York.
Could be employed.
Can I ask you about what you were saying about Greg Abbott? He has been busing, even today, busing thousands of migrants to this city. But you said this week that he's sending them to Black-led cities, your city, Washington, D.C., Chicago. Are you saying here that he is doing this because of the race of the mayor of the city?
Well, let's be clear here. It was placed in quotes on one of the front pages of our paper that I called him a racist. It was placed in quotes. I never said that.
I mean, I didn't say that you called him a racist, but you said he was sending it to all Black-led cities, right?
I want to be clear. I said the front pages of the Post, not you. Yeah. That's what they stated. What I'm making clear of the fact, not based on my opinion, he sent them to New York City, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Denver,
but also Philadelphia, which has a white mayor.
I have not received any reports from Philadelphia. I believe that he sent them to black cities. I mean, mayors where black mayors are, and I don't know if it's to undermine
because you're Democrats.
Because of his political agenda.
It's because you're the biggest places and you're the sanctuary cities. You just happen to be black. There just happen to be large black populations in the cities.
That is a fact.
That has nothing to do with the fact that you are black. He would have done it if Rudy Giuliani was in charge.
This is the
well. Here's the thing: the left, the Democrats, are demanding sanctuary cities, sanctuary places down south, because it's far away from them and they don't have to deal with it. And then they say they're sanctuary cities just to,
well, it's a virtue
face.
Signal.
Yeah, it's a virtue signal. But now that they actually have to deal with it, now they're getting ticked off. I fucking hate the hypocrisy.
That's why they're doing it. That's why Abbott and
oh yeah, I know.
Like that's why Abbott and DeSantis have done it, because it's a make no mistake, it is a stunt. It's a very fucking good stunt.
Like sometimes, both things can be
true. You
are
very much making your point.
Yep.
Because
both things can be true.
Like if you're the governor of Texas, like if you live in El Paso, there's only so much you're like El Paso is nothing compared to like what's El Paso? A city of 200,000 people?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Like compared to New York City, like not just Manhattan, the entirety of New York City. Like 8 million people.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what you can't handle a couple of buses? Oh no.
Maybe you shouldn't have people, crammed up in apartment buildings, rent-controlled apartment buildings, that can't be improved.
Sorry, I stand corrected. El Paso is a city of 678,000 people.
Yeah, something like that.
But
point still stands as tiny compared to New York City.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we're talking about a city, the fraction of the size that handles absolutely fucking shit tons of illegal immigrants.
Yep.
So,
but they put their hands up.
Undocumented immigrants, whatever the fucking.
But they put their hands up.
Use.
They said we'll take them. We're a sanctuary city.
And El Paso is currently led by a Democrat.
Yeah. Well, it's a city in Texas. It's a large city.
The mayor,
large city in America. There you go.
Oscar Lisa,
led by Democrats.
Oscar Lisa is a Democrat. I don't know. I want to find the list of mayors of El Paso. I just want to see that. No, it doesn't list their party history. Okay, but he was actually. Oh no, so Oscar Lisa has been there since 2021, and he was previously mayor from 2013 to 2017. So he's actually having a second term. He's doing a Grover Cleveland on it. Who else was that? But the previous mayor was Republican. I'm just glancing. John Cook was Democratic. Joe Wardy doesn't have a party. Raymond Caballero doesn't have a party. Either way, like right now, it's being led by a Democrat, and a Democrat city council is shipping them, or is complying with the Republican governor to ship them off. So, yeah,
Yep.
it's just it's not really I suppose maybe it's not really a party thing. It's just, hey, we're fucking full. We're fucking full. These people need to go somewhere, and they can't stay here. You want them, Eric Adams? You take them.
Yeah.
So where are they sending them? To New York City.
The sanctuary
New
cities.
York City.
To the people that want them.
They're literally sending them to the sanctuary cities.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's a problem.
The cities that put their hands up and said, "We'll take them.
We'll take you."
Mhm.
Yeah. And yeah, your bluff has been called.
Send me your poor. What's the rest of that poem? I can't.
Send me your tired, your poor,
That's the one.
your huddled masses, your wretched refuse.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, the wretched refuse.
Done.
I'm
Deal.
pretty sure they were talking about the Irish in that line.
Done deal, Eric Adams. You want them, you take them, and you shut the fuck up. That's it. That's it.
Let me find it. It's called the New Colossus. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquered limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned light, and her name... Wait, no, that's not right. Oh, no, it is. Yeah. Is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbour that twin cities frame. Keep ancient lands your storied pomp, she cries she, with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. So yeah, that's the that is the poem inscribed on the
Statue of Liberty,
Statue of
which
Liberty.
was put on there after, because the statue was a gift from France.
That's right. Yes,
correct.
Some random woman wrote a poem, and now it's been, it's an apocryphal quote that apparently that's what the statue represents and has always represented. And it's just like, no, it didn't mean dump everybody on the shores of the United States. It's people who wanted to come here were allowed to come here the right way.
She actually wrote the poem to raise money for the construction of a pedestal for the Statue of Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she was dead. Almost 20 years when the poem was cast in bronze and mounted inside the tower, the pedestal's lower level.
Yep.
Yep.
It's called the New Colossus.
Author, the author's work is best respected after the author's death.
So true.
A Texas assistant principal tried to stop a fight, and the students filming it put her in hospital. So an assistant principal in Westfield High in Spring, Texas, tried to stop a fight between two students. When she rushed in between the girls, a mob of students filming the fight turned on her and brutally beat her. You can see her here in the pink coat rushing in. Then the crowd moves in and she goes down. Let's switch to.
Someone get. Oh, don't touch the weave. Jesus fucking Christ! Golden rule.
I'll rip that weave out your head.
Oh, there she is. So that's the teacher in the pink. And then she's just going to get ganged up on. Boom, boom, boom.
Everyone who threw a punch expelled.
Yep. Kick that hole. Kick the teacher. Yes, kick and stop the teacher while she's trying to break up the fucking fight.
If you expelled them, then you have to close down the school.
Good.
Yeah, good.
We need the clip of Jocko. We just need the clip of Jocko Willing. Just good. Good.
Tell me why it's okay that some of these people are allowed in a gene pool.
It's not okay.
Well, like Biden was saying earlier. So it's not out. it's sad that society has abandoned them, but well, tough.
Tough. Yeah. So much we can really do.
I wonder what the
Right to jail.
Yeah, I wonder,
They have to change their behavior.
I wonder what the literacy rates are in that school.
Oh, low. It's pretty low in America, actually.
Single digits.
Speaking of straight to jail, Coach Red Pill has been arrested.
07's in chat. Sorry, Gonzalo. Get fucked.
So apparently he was auditioning to be
the Grinch.
No, what's the fucking thing for? Oh no, he looks a bit like the Grinch. What's the Dr. Zeus thing?
The Grinch.
Like fucking run a brush
The
through your
Grinch?
hair, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. You're not going to pick up ladies like that.
Yeah.
But yes, he's
Yeah,
been
the Grinch
charged
is
under
tough.
Article 436 of the Ukrainian Criminal Code, propaganda of war, public calls to an aggressive war or armed conflict, and also making of materials with calls to such actions for distribution purposes or for the distribution of such materials shall be punishable by correctional labor for a term of up to 2 years, or arrest for a term of up to 6 months, or imprisonment for a term of up to 3 years.
Oh, that's right. Some people might not know who Coach Red Pill
Who
is.
Coach Red Pill is, yes. Coach Red Pill is how would you fucking describe Coach Red Pill?
Was he part of the Manosphere?
He was part of the Manosphere.
Yes.
So before Andrew Tate, before Drexel, before all these Manosphere people, there was Coach Red Pill. He's like a dating advice guy. He's the worst. Yeah, Cossie's right. He's the worst sort of grifter.
Like a pickup artist?
He was a pickup artist as well. That was the coaching part. There's a photo out there of Ricada with Coach Red Pill and Ralph.
Oh yeah, way back in the day.
Oh yeah, I see.
From back in the day. Coach Red Pill fucking hated Nick.
Yeah.
So yes, but yes, Coach Red Pill, aka Gonzalo Lira. He's a Chilean American who decided before the war in Ukraine started to move to. Well, actually, no. According to him, not before the war in Ukraine started. According to him, the war started in 2014 when the Americans couped the democratically elected government, or whatever.
To a degree, it's right.
Well, no, the Americans didn't coup the government. The people couped the government.
Are you sure
The Americans were just happy.
CIA?
The Americans were just happy about it.
Yes, I'm sure the Americans are happy that something that
Stabby's
happened
right. He's
without
a
their
pre-Murphy
hands.
grifter. He's a pre-Murphy grifter.
Yeah.
The CIA had a hand
he
in that.
The CIA has a hand in everything. So he moved to Ukraine, and started being very pro-Russian, and then the Russians invaded, and then he ratcheted it up. So yeah, he's been on all the channels you would expect him to have been on. So he's been on the Duran. I'm pretty sure he's been on Viva Barnes. I'm pretty sure Barnes is a big fan. He's been on what's it called, RT, plenty of times. He's also been on with George Calloway, who's another big Putin supporter in the UK. I think George Calloway is the former leader of the Communist Party of the UK or something like that. So yeah, very, 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 very pro Putin. Yeah, he was on the Duran a heap. Yeah, they treat him like he's some fucking genius, like analyst of political strategy. So he had a debate with Destiny and Laserpig. If you don't know who Laserpig is, everybody knows who Destiny is. Laserpig is a military historian and YouTuber who makes fairly funny videos. He's very funny. He's basically the living embodiment of the subreddit non-credible defense.
True.
Yeah, he had a debate with Coach Red Pill, and it was retarded. Like Coach Red Pill just tried to railroad them. It was a joke of a debate, because any rational debate he would have been demolished. He hosts Coach Red Pill was hosting like some podcast with other Putin apologists / like Russia is the greatest army in the world people. So yeah, and NATO bad people. So yes. Anyway, Gonzalo was in Ukraine saying that the Ukrainians deserved it. Like he was in Kharkiv, like he was living in Kharkiv. He was actually arrested middle of last year. He was picked up by the Ukrainian security service and basically told, cut the fucking shit. Like, cut the shit or we're going to throw you in fucking jail. And apparently what he did is he flipped. Like he had the details of a whole bunch of Russian saboteurs and gave up their names and they let him go. They let him go and he went back to one of his apartments in Kharkiv. But yes, they raided his flat and arrested him. There is a video here of it happening. Let's have a look. Pay particular attention to the disgusting state of this man's hotel, like apartment. Disgusting.
Welcome to Ukraine.
Slava Ukraini!
Oh yes, that's the tripod for his spotting scope. No idea.
Slimy
ukulele.
Yeah,
slimy ukulele. Shout out to Sean. But yes, that's his spotting scope that he uses. I assume to just look at ladies and not at Ukrainian positions. But okay, he was very high up apparently. But look at this fucking disgusting floor. Like Jesus Christ, Coach, buy a fucking vacuum. That's fucking hair. It's disgusting. Clean your fucking bathroom. What was that? Fucking a history of Ukraine, a short course. We need to talk about Putin, how the West gets him wrong. How the KGB took back Russia and then took on the West. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Yes, get a cleaner, for fuck's sakes.
But if you're doing illegal activities, you can't really have someone else like a cleaner come in.
Get a Russian cleaner.
During a conflict with the Russians?
Yeah, so he's got 2 SIMs in his phone. I don't know if that's...
Maybe, but not really.
So I don't know what website... what's my IP address? Can't quite read it.
So it's either the actual IP or he's running a VPN.
But instant, like they didn't cuff him. They just So they've detained him pending charge. So
this will just give him something to grift off.
They even let him change his pants, like change his clothes, get some belongings. So
they're lucky they didn't blow shit up.
Look, let's be like, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, can you believe they just arrested Gonzalo Lira? He's a journalist. Oh my God, this is terrible. Like, look, Ukraine's a fucking police state. Motherfucker, if Gonzalo Lira was in Russia saying the shit he was saying about Russia, that he was saying about Ukraine, he'd be fucking...
We wouldn't see him.
He would
again.
have been defenestrated. Like, he would have been thrown out of his fucking window. It would have been Coach Red Pill kills himself in apparent suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Shoots himself twice in back of head and thrown from window. Like, so, like, let's be fucking real. They gave this American citizen all the fucking chances in the world. He refused to stop. He could have fucked off to Russia, or pop across the front line. Like, he could have fucking gone to Belarus, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah,
so he could have left at any time.
Doesn't have to do all this stuff within the conflict country itself.
The very definition of stupidity is being in a country that's at war and barracking for the other fucking side. Like, are you fucking stupid?
Fuck around and find out.
You look up the dictionary under fuck around and find out. You see a picture of Gonzalo Lira now. So, sorry. I hope nothing bad happens to him. I don't want Coach Red Pill to be killed. But yes, accused of shilling for fuck the Daily Beast. They're a piece of shit too. But yes, he's been charged with producing Russian propaganda, which is fucking irrefutable. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
And you can't be doing that whilst the country you're doing it is
Don't-
at war with that.
Don't be living in the country that has an enemy invader, and then say the enemy invader is great, and the country I'm living in is shit. Like they're not the Ukrainian Nazis that are running the place in Kiev. Like, oh, you fucking stupid.
Yeah, you're fucking stupid. Or if you're going to do that, be an actual spy and deal with the consequences of being a spy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which means getting shot in the head, really.
That's the thing. Coach Red Pill's not a spy. I don't even think
that's
he's
why
on,
they're not
I don't
treating
even
him
think
like a
the
spy.
man's on Russia's payroll, except for the money he gets for appearances on fucking Russia Today. I think he does it for clout. I think he gets some sort of perverse kick out of it, but the Russians don't want him. Like the Russians
I think
don't
the
want him at all.
Ukraine authorities actually, like you, they don't believe he's an actual spy.
No.
He's just a fuckwit. So that's why they didn't like go full force. They're like,
Yeah.
you know, they had the guns, but they're like, you did a wall, and since he complied, you know, they treated him.
Here's the letter saying
Yeah.
we're arresting you. Oh, what? You can't read Ukrainian? That's okay. We printed it out in English for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like let's be clear. He doesn't speak Ukrainian. He doesn't speak Russian. Like, what the fuck is he doing there?
Yeah, he's just a fuckwit.
Like, anyway, moving along. Nicolas Cage is apparently coming out against abortion now. He says his earliest memory was inside. He could see inside his mother's womb. He could see faces. So
Nice, love it.
So yeah. Apparently, Tyree Nichols died of blows to the head.
No fucking shit.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
This was for people who forget. This is the one where the black dude was arrested by 5 other black cops and then got the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah, just beaten to death.
Oh, that one. Okay.
All the cops in this case were black as well. So this is not a racial.
No,
it's
no,
very clear. It's very.
Of course,
fucking,
it's racial.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's blue on black. Yeah,
Blue on black.
But it's very fucking clear that the officers involved, they're probably fucking gang members.
Former gang members.
Yeah, he
that's a racist.
He died of a mud hole being stomped in. Poor guy.
Possibly, but yeah, they beat the shit out of him. And it was all cool. It was all. I think we covered it when it happened. It was all on video. Yeah, but all the cops involved were black. He's black.
Yeah.
And yeah, they beat the shit out of him. Punched, kicked, stomped him.
There's footage of it, and it's
exactly.
It's unjustifiable.
Yeah, there was no reason.
There's absolutely no justification for what happened to Tyree Nichols. Like absolutely.
Yeah.
I read the story yesterday, and I thought, this is such a prick thing for Disney to do. So Disney's blocked access to what is the only military resort on the mainland. It's a place called Shades of Green Resort. And
What is a military resort? I've never heard of that.
It's a resort exclusively for military people to unwind. So where the armed forces can go to, armed forces and their families can go to rest and relax.
Gotcha.
The grunts or the officers?
Anybody.
Just military.
Yeah,
military across the board.
You can take your leave of duty.
It's operated by the U.S. military for the benefit of current and retired military personnel and their families.
Yep. But it just so happens to be on Disney's land. Is that right?
Yes, the land is owned by Disney.
Mm-hmm.
The facility it's in the Disney. It's in the Reedy Creek district.
Yeah.
It's in a district.
Mm-hmm.
They own basically the resorts and lands around it.
Yeah, but they bought the place from Disney back in 94, and 96 they bought the resort, and then they spent $120 million upgrading it. And but yes, this is what they call it was what they call a monorail resort, which apparently means to get to Disney and the rest of the parks, you can just take a monorail, as opposed to a bus resort where if you want to get to Disney and the rest of the parks, there's no easy monorail access. You have to take a bus. And Tom Below says Disney is not the manager of the land by the agreement. Okay, cool. I know they own the land, yeah, but they're not. Okay, so they're not the manager of the land.
Yeah, it sounds like they're just blocking access.
Yeah, so
to
what
where
they have done,
access to.
I can show you what they have done. So this is Shades of Green.
Mhm.
So this is the actual resort itself. So this is Disney's Polynesian Resort, and this is the monorail station. So normally, people who are staying at the resort who want to visit Disney World or the other resorts in the Disney World campuses, of which there are many, can travel down this footpath and then cross Floridian Way and then travel through this footpath over to the monorail station, and off they go. What Disney is now doing is they are widening this road to 4 lanes, 2 lanes each way, and they're not having any crosswalk at all. No, nothing under, nothing over, no traffic lights, nothing. So,
well, how busy is that street though?
You think people are just going to run across?
I would.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But well, that would be jaywalking.
Yep.
So, but yes, they decided as of was it April 1st? I think they said, or April 30th. They decided that they essentially started construction and closed down the crossing. So, yes, Disney's being pricks to the federal government as well. So, good job, Disney. That'll go over well. BuzzFeed has gone dark. Rest in peace, BuzzFeed. News, rather. Sorry, let me rephrase. BuzzFeed News.
Yeah,
has
BuzzFeed
gone
News,
dark.
yeah.
You'll still be able to see 10 reasons why your girlfriend left you. So, Prison Prankster Alone has apparently used AI Tucker Carlson voice to prank Alex Jones. So he says, okay, so let's say someone has Tucker Carlson's cell phone number and Alex Jones's cell phone number and also an AI Tucker Carlson voice. They could, in theory, call Alex Jones and pretend to be Tucker and have a full conversation with him. Anyway, I did just that. I was honestly caught off guard by how much he bought that it was Tucker. I ran out of clips. It'll be on the Monday episode of my show for anyone wondering. Link in my bio. Go sub, and then they'll give you a handy notification on YouTube. People keep commenting about me getting sued and how I should talk to lawyers. Best shut up or you'll talk me out of posting it. Okay, too many retweets and replies. Starting to stress me out, muting notifications, and hope I don't end up on the news. He did end up on the news. That's how I found out about this.
Yep.
Fucking retards. You should have gotten him to admit being a phony more. No, he's doing it for the lols, man. But apparently, Alex Jones talked about it on the show. And apparently Tucker's getting his lawyers involved. So,
naturally.
So I guess on Monday we'll find out. So watch this space. I'll have it for next week's show, I guess. Trump. This is Trump's being sued. I think we covered it 2 weeks ago on the show. Trump's being sued under a new law that lets survivors, quote unquote, sue their rapists, their alleged rapists. So E. Jean Carroll is, of course, suing Donald Trump, and as part of the lawsuit, which is actually going right now. I think it's finished. I've got a bit about it later. But yes, this came out. This is him justifying the grab him by the pussy comments. So let me share the audio.
Oh yeah.
You know, they let you do it.
And you say, and again, this has become very famous in this video, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the pussy?
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately, or
oh
fortunately.
yeah,
You consider yourself to be a star.
I came across
I think you can say that, yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry. Donald Trump's a
Mia
star.
Farrow.
Like him or not, Donald Trump is a star.
Yes.
Yeah, Mia Farrow was spouting off today about how she didn't know any stars that would act like that and stuff like that.
Mia Farrow probably has
that's-
done so herself. Let's stop lying. Mia.
Yeah, and I replied with, I don't know, maybe Mickey Rooney, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra. I can go even further. It's like stupid people.
You should just ask her how Frank's dick tastes. So this is the woman who's suing. I think we covered this bit 2 weeks ago. But yes, it's
that
they've
woman.
rested their case. So it's with the jury.
So just to be clear, Trump is not facing a criminal rape.
Yeah,
allegation.
it's a civil rape trial.
There's a civil trial. He's not facing any criminal rape allegations, but she is saying that he raped her. She hasn't lodged any criminal complaint, but she has alleged that he raped her. So
Yeah, but she's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that the chick that was like?
You're fascinating to talk to.
Yes, she's the fucking lunatic.
Jesus
She
Christ. Was hitting on Don Lemon.
No, it was what's his name? He's a Anderson Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper.
I was just about to say he's a Vanderbilt.
Yeah,
his mother is a Vanderbilt.
She was trying.
His mother is his mother's a Vanderbilt, so he's a Vanderbilt.
Yeah. I was good, but he doesn't use the
the
name.
last name.
Yeah, he doesn't use the name, but he is a Vanderbilt. Yeah.
She was trying to actively get the D on in the middle of the interview. It's fucking funny.
Yep.
So it's like
so Vice News
all credibility.
Yeah. So Vice News announced they were filing for bankruptcy. And George Soros has rode to the rescue. So he
totally doesn't fund anybody. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He totally
No
doesn't.
funding whatsoever.
No, he's never
nothing.
funded any left-leaning outlets in his life. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Fucking anti-Semite.
Yeah.
I'm the one who posted the link.
Yeah.
I'm the one who shared the story.
So yeah, let's look at some of the stuff that the Florida legislature's passed this session.
This is
so they passed a 6-week abortion ban. DeSantis signed the bill into law mid-April. We're proud to support life and family in the state of Florida. I applaud the legislation for passing. Blah 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 blah. This is the heartbeat bill. Actually, I saw I saw someone on Twitter who's very very MAGA, and they said, I will never vote for DeSantis because of the heartbeat bill. And in the replies, someone retweeted it, like quote tweeted it with a picture of the person saying, Governor DeSantis, we need a heartbeat bill. Like they were literally asking for a heartbeat bill. And
got it.
And then said, I'm not voting for like Ron DeSantis because of this. It's like, oh, you fucking... Like some of these MAGA people have absolutely no credibility. Like that, not credibility.
No brains.
No, well, no, that's not
consistency.
Not consistency. Not moral core. It's like kind of like scruples. Like it's just like, God, what do you actually stand for then? Like you like this now because you liked it before, but now you don't like it because Trump says not to like it. Like, integrity. Thank you. Yes, Poco. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Integrity.
Eric, Gavin helped started Vice Media, not Vice News. Vice News was not started by Gavin McInnes, I think. But Gavin did help start Vice, the group.
I don't think Tim ever claimed he started Vice News. Tim's claimed he was like employee number 5 at Vice News.
Yeah. But Vice Media was started in 1994. So Tim.
But yeah, Gavin is the co-founder of Vice. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the co-founder of Vice Media, but not necessarily
Shane
Vice
and
News.
he's got
Surush Alvi.
Surush, yes.
Yeah.
He, Shane, and Surush started.
But Vice News only started in 2013, and I don't know when Gavin left Vice.
So yeah, permitless carry. So the law allows people to conceal firearm without needing a permit from the government. They've passed $2.7 billion in tax relief. They're cracking down on illegal immigration, though I don't know how bad illegal immigration is in a fucking in a state that doesn't share a border with anybody.
Technically,
Cuba.
it's Cuba.
Cuba,
And,
yeah,
any islands.
Cuba.
Yeah.
Stabby
But-
Tim is wrong. Gavin left Vice in 2008. So Vice News didn't even exist when...
Tim, Stabby is correct. Tim did claim that he was a founding member of Vice.
That's what I mean. I know, but Tim's wrong.
Oh, there you go. I did not see that clip.
Tim's wrong.
Tim's always wrong.
Tim has said he was a very early employee of Vice.
Tim's wrong. Gavin had left Vice before Vice News was created, so like 5 or 6 years beforehand. So Tim's wrong. Anyway, back to the sentence.
But yes, penalties on business that admit kids to adult live performances. Wonder what that's about. Death penalty for child rapists.
Yes.
The only problem with that is, look, this law is Supreme Court bait. DeSantis has said as much, because the Supreme Court has ruled that unless someone's murdered, you can't. It is a violation of the Eighth Amendment.
Cruel and unusual. Yeah,
It's a violation of the. It's an Eighth Amendment violation to execute someone for crimes that don't include the death of someone. Because that would be cruel and unusual punishment.
Has that actually been ruled at SCOTUS? Has it?
SCOTUS has ruled that, yes, but
All right,
this
enough.
law exists.
God, America's so soft.
This law exists to allow SCOTUS to relitigate it.
Fair enough.
So, because it was a 5-4 decision when the court was a liberal court.
So there's potential that SCOTUS
could override it, and you'll be able to execute rapists, and
or they could uphold it and say no, this is unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Either way, they have to visit it again, which is
So they passed their digital bill of rights. They have enhanced penalties for fentanyl dealing.
Cool.
And they are fining credit card companies for tracking gun purchases.
Based.
That's
I mean, ideally, don't purchase your guns on a credit card, but if you have to, based.
Well, if you purchase them with a card, like a debit Visa card,
it's still a Visa.
The payment's still processed by Visa, so they're still tracking anyway. So.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, pay cash. Pay cash or direct deposit.
Credit card banks and credit card companies should not be able to make moral decisions over your purchases. Full stop. If you're a legal business performing legal business, they should not be able to deny you from having a bank account.
But the government has gone in and allowed them to do that, or forced them actually in some states to do that.
Yeah.
At the same time, you are using a private company to pay another private company because the banks are private companies.
No, I think you see when governments require you to
common carrier.
Yeah,
common carrier. I understand where you're coming from.
Because I can't just start a bank.
Yeah,
I have to get a banking license.
No, that's right.
So with that license should come terms.
Yeah. This is the same shit with PayPal, cutting off people's access. And it's just like, hey, hang on, you're a common carrier. You facilitate the action of paying somebody. Like,
I think Bazza? I think there is a market to make those to construct those in Australia.
Get doll still on it.
Buying a real doll in Australia would be very expensive, just given the shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck getting the infrastructure because we have no manufacturing.
Well,
especially for plastics.
Oh, this is fucking. It's not. They're not plastic. They're silicon.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, silicon. Oh no. So some of them are silicon. Some of them are a form of plastics. Can't remember the type of plastic. It's just like a soft type of
The
plastic.
idea of horse wigs and weaves, this has been a long time coming. So
Sorry, this was actually advertised to me on Twitter, and I just thought, oh, this is fucking perfect. This was this morning. I was scrolling Twitter this morning, and this was like promoted and advertised. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I want to share an Afro-Stitch
What the
pony
hell?
with everybody. Okay. My name is Chanel Rhodes from Long Beach, California, and I make horse wigs.
That is so cool.
I'm self-taught. It is a long, intricate process. I use a crochet hook to attach it onto a band. It's flexible for the horse so they're able to move. They're not uncomfortable. I love color, I love length, and I love the big poofy look.
Those
I'm
horses
working
are
on a
culturally
patent.
appropriating black culture.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like riding horses is a redneck sport. But right now, black equestrians and riders are connecting with each other all over the world.
Oh,
Not seeing
equestrian
someone
is
that
for
looks like you
rednecks.
doing the act that you
really.
want to do could be a little discouraging.
Really?
But if I'm not living my life with passion,
You might want to tell
then
the
I'm not
British
living
royals
at all.
that.
Is that okay?
I mean, rodeo's for
I thought
rednecks.
that was
That's one
perfect.
thing.
Fucking popped up in my feet. I'm like, what the
Oh my
fuck is this?
Black's trying to take something from our ass.
That never happens. Speaking of trying to take something away, so Justin Irvin and Matthew Hoover have been found guilty in the auto key card case.
Yeah.
Guilty of holding a piece of metal.
Guilty
Yes.
of producing
With some drawings on it.
Guilty of selling machine guns.
selling
was,
machine guns by
Fudbuster
selling
was,
a card with a fucking stencil on it.
The card is considered a machine gun, if I understand this correctly.
Yes, the card is considered a machine gun. It is regulated under the National Firearms
It
Act.
is it is the element of the gun that enables full auto fire. Therefore,
So I mean, any piece of metal can be considered a firearm.
I don't know how they.
No,
but
it has to be, quote unquote, machinable to the specifics, and if it is basically a blueprint, a cutout, then it could be. But Fudbusters is trying to appeal it via First Amendment.
Yeah. So Brandon Herrera's done some videos on this as well.
Okay.
So it's yeah. The trial was a farce, of course. Like there's like this guy, I think one of them got 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yep,
it's just absolutely fucking staggering
for distribution.
For distributing distributing illegal machine guns. Like this is it. This is what it looks like, and it wasn't like you just push it out. It wasn't even like
solid metal.
It was a solid piece of metal with a picture on it.
You need a CNC machine or something to do the rest of it, and
the guy, the ATF agent testified it took him 45 minutes with a Dremel to turn this fucking card into something that would work. 45 minutes.
And it didn't even work the few times that he tried to actually do it, to the point where it damaged the firearm.
So, look, you know what the ultimate fucking result would be? The ultimate fucking perfect result would be this going to SCOTUS and SCOTUS ruling the NFA unconstitutional.
Yeah, that's the hope. That's the
But like just by saying, well, look, if this falls under the plain text reading of the NFA, well, then the NFA is unconstitutional because this violates the First Amendment. So whoopsie. Everybody, you get a machine gun. You get a machine gun. You get a machine gun. Actual fucking machine guns.
Yeah, yes, Stabby. He did, but they still the trial was still a shit show.
So yes.
So I'm guessing everyone that goes to Home Depot can't access any metals because they're all firearms and need to be locked up.
Yeah.
Well, all you really need is a hammer and a shotgun shell and a good grip.
Don't tell the ATF that.
all shotguns suddenly banned.
No, all hammers are banned.
Yeah.
All hands are banned.
Give it time. Give it time.
I don't know if you guys saw this story.
Yep.
So,
I saw that. That was hilarious.
This was one of the big
Hilarious
stories in the week we had off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So a YouTuber, a rather small YouTuber, ordered a couple of boxes of Magic the Gathering cards. The boxes arrived, but they were They were boxes of unreleased cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So he opened the boxes and did videos on them. A few days later, some rather angry people showed up on his door,
Fucking
identifying
Pinkertons.
themselves as Pinkertons.
Uh-huh.
So
Those Pinkertons.
these are people, yes, literal Red Dead Redemption 2 Pinkertons.
Yeah.
Red, yep.
Think of Young Guns.
Young Guns,
and, Billy
Deadwood,
Gunn.
Al Swearingen's mortal fucking enemy.
Yeah.
Yes, the Pinkertons.
Fucking Pinkertons.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, agents from the Pinkerton Detective Agency were dispatched to threaten this individual that if he didn't return them, he would be arrested.
They didn't just take that; they took basically everything, his entire collection.
No, they took the cards that he got, not his entire collection.
Okay, then,
So,
but still, now it was kind of cool that he was able to essentially spoiler like the entire set.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wizards doesn't like when you do
but,
that. But yeah, fuck
yeah.
Wizards. Well, the problem is, Stabby, they were armed as well. Because the Pinkertons, they're no longer private police, but they are nowadays they are private security.
Yeah.
They are hired thugs.
Yeah.
They will do asset protection, surveillance, whatever the fuck.
They'll track down a YouTuber.
As they did. Yeah, they are your archetypal
And
hired
look,
muscle.
Stabby, if that is the correct response, allow me to introduce you to my gun. Get off my property.
Yeah, I don't. Was this in California?
He let them in. I don't know, but he did.
Yeah, he let them in.
Comply.
He let them in.
He did all that.
They intimidated him.
Yeah. All he had to do was close the door, lock it, and say, "Get off my lawn."
You call the police.
I'm calling the police.
Yeah.
The actual police. Yes.
You get
Yeah,
the
and you
firearm
tell
and you call
them
the
that
police.
individuals armed are trying to break into my house.
Yeah.
Yep.
Armed individuals, they're not police. They haven't identified themselves as such. They have guns. They are trying to get in my house. So
Yep.
they've threatened my wife. I think one of them is black.
And you can go the extra step and say they are trying to, trying to be authority, like trying to
impersonating law enforcement. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's what.
Yeah.
Well, like the video we watched a couple of months ago, the ATF agent.
Oh, that was great.
who got fucking arrested by the cops.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I'd love to see Pinkertons just refuse to comply and get fucking tasered.
I didn't actually know that they still existed, but yeah, they do.
Yeah, no, they do.
They're not because they used to be a private police force.
Hasbro's like head of security is a former Pinkerton.
Yeah, they used to be there
Like,
back in they used to be.
It's absurd.
They were mercenaries for the government.
Yeah, he got his
back in the
ass
day,
tasered.
and
Yeah,
he got his
stabby. That was fucking.
Yeah, the ATF agent. Yeah, that was beautiful. He got the ass tased.
The ATF agent who was later fired for stealing wine.
Yep. But yeah, they are literal hired thugs, and just the fact that Wizards of the Coast would go to those just put a game company has gone out and hired private security armed thugs to rock up at your door.
Who is it? Hired guns. Hired what? Hired guns.
Yeah. It's probably.
And this was the stupidest moves from their earlier.
Already has a terrible enough reputation.
They are the fucking worst.
They are the worst.
Like,
one of the worst.
They are
companies
competing
exist.
with EA for worst company.
Yep. And even just in terms of companies, not even gaming companies, this pushes them at a bar above most companies nowadays.
You know what I hope? I hope the fact that they use Pinkertons just loses them a whole bunch of woke cred.
Oh, they're getting bombarded in their chats
like
and
all the woke people
hilarious.
are like ACB, including fucking private police.
Yeah, probably switching. Well, we shouldn't have private police.
Wait, really? Serious?
Probably. Well, I mean, the woke crowd are the ACAB commie side of the ACAB crowd falls in with the woke side of things, and
that they want private security.
They're not a fan of private anything, private. They don't
Then
like
what
private
the
prisons.
hell are
They
they
don't
bitching
like
about
private
the
security.
cops? Cops are for state run.
Well, and also let me be clear. I believe all cops are bastards. Like I'm 100% behind.
Oh yeah, for sure,
100%.
Not
Especially Victoria cops.
I don't want to defund the police. I want to abolish the police. I'm radical that way because because if you're a cop, you will one day be called upon to enforce a law that is unjust or enforce a law that doesn't actually exist, and you will do that without arguing, which means you're a bastard.
And it inevitably puts you in conflict with your fellow citizen, and you might have to pull the trigger.
So yes, the only good cop is an ex-cop.
I like how you didn't say a dead cop.
No, I don't want cops to be killed.
No,
I don't want anybody to be killed.
absolutely not. No,
I want police to go, no, I will not enforce this illegal order, and then walk away.
Shout outs to Crystal Mitchell, the woman who left the Victoria Police during the pandemic for exactly that.
Yeah, that's how you win. If the police would not enforce unjust laws, unjust laws are worthless. The government can pass whatever law it wants. If the arm that enforces these said laws refuses to enforce them, they're pointless. Power resides where people believe it resides.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Victoria cops in Melbourne going out to rural areas.
Stabby says, I'm not against all cops. I'm against most laws. That's fair.
Yeah, bit of both. Bit of both.
That's fair,
yeah. Again, I know cops personally. They're fine. But yeah, they like Thermo said, yeah, there will come a point where every cop will be posed with a choice. So
yeah, you will be posed with a moral dilemma, and it's a dilemma. So none of the choices are good.
No.
And it depends what choice you make. And if you choose to quit, then you have my gratitude.
You do your job and commit evil, or you quit your job and you end up suffering personally as a result.
Yeah.
It's not a good. It's a dilemma. There's no good outcome.
So yes, a Japanese company has said that there is a high probability that their lunar lander crashed on the moon.
F in chat.
So yeah, the company is iSpace.
Did they use feet and inches instead of meters this time again?
Well, Japan uses the metric system, so I don't think it was that problem.
And that was.
I know. I was poking fun of the Mars lander.
So yes, that's disappointing. Barbie has launched this first ever Barbie doll with Down syndrome.
And I'm going to be honest, I can't tell.
I can't tell either.
She's down with the sickness.
Like, is it the leg braces? Like, I don't get it.
The what?
I don't see like.
In this view, her feet are being blocked.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just. Do you see like the?
Oh,
like
Down's kids really wear those things?
I have no idea. Like, she doesn't look Downs to me.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yes, Stabby. Crooked politicians should be executed. Yes. Serial killers goes without saying. I don't know about chomos.
Bigger forehead.
The fuck's a chomo? Oh, child molester. Yes. I'm like, chomo? Like, isn't that like a fucking insult for a Mexican?
That's cholo.
Cholo.
Which is not even an insult. Which is not even an insult.
Cholo.
Cholo. Yeah, cholo isn't an insult.
I'm like, Jesus, Stabby
like
wants to kill all Mexicans. God.
Gringo is the insult. Wetback.
Why no pregnant Barbie? No, there's a pregnant Barbie. There's been a pregnant Barbie since like my kids were kids.
You missed the joke.
Oh, why no pregnant Barbie? Ken came in another box. Yeah, fair enough.
There you go. There you go.
That's good. That's very good. Thank you. Fucking. Is everybody ready for electric tanks?
Do you support the military adopting that EV fleet by 2030?
I do, and I think we can get there as well. And I do think that reducing our reliance on the volatility of globally traded fossil fuels, where we know that global events such as the war in Ukraine can jack up prices for people back home,
It's not
it
Ukraine
does not
jacking
contribute
up
to
the
energy security. I think
prices.
energy security is achieved when we have homegrown
called fucking
clean energy
inflation.
that is abundant, like you see in Iowa. We think that we can
called not
be a
using
leader
our own
globally.
oil.
No, it's called nuclear tanks.
Well, yeah, they're
What's driving up the price of oil and the price of petrol? Sorry, is
The
is
Saudis.
Yeah, is it really the war in Ukraine? No.
It's slashed production.
Mm.
So, ex-Harvard professor Charles Lieber gets house arrest over China ties. So he was found guilty in 2021 of making false statements to authorities, filing false tax returns, and failing to report a Chinese bank account.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah.
There's going to be more professors that are like this Harvard professor.
Yeah. So he was the head of the Department of Chemistry and Biology. I think he was part of the what's it called, 1,000 Talents program.
Yep, that
one. Million Talents program, something ridiculous that the CCP runs. Apparently, getting zombied is the new dating trend, and it's worse than ghosting. Well, I guess a zombie is worse than a ghost. I guess zombies can be killed, ghosts can't be killed. Turns out there's something worse than the dating scene. I had not heard of zombies.
I've never heard of this.
Neither have
Turns
I.
out there's something worse on the dating scene than
But
being
I'm old.
ghosted. Singer-songwriter Mariel Darling took to TikTok to share the latest horrifying trend, being zombied. Let's watch the TikTok. I never thought I'd fucking ever say that and be serious. No! Don't play fucking... No, it played All-Star by Smash Mouth.
They start coming and they don't start coming and they don't. No.
Okay. I wish I could just fucking flick a switch and have it fucking share the tab audio. You can play.
You can
Being
play if you
ghosted?
want to.
I'm out here being girl. You're being ghosted. I'm out here being zombied. It's like ghosting, but he comes back from the dead after a couple months and hits you up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
God damn it. Fuck. God damn it, Ryu. I thought it was something interesting. Why I'll never date a man that's who's paid less than me. Samantha Scott earns 6 figures a year. And after a string of failed relationships, she decided to stop listening to her heart and start checking her date's bank balances.
We don't see the
Share screen.
article.
Share screen again.
God damn it. I'm going to blame Ryu for that as well.
Yeah.
If you're not here, Ryu, you get the blame. At 51, I'm a successful woman earning a 6-figure salary from my own wellness business. Wellness business. So I didn't balk at the price, but my boyfriend, I knew he couldn't afford to come unless I paid. So she was off for a trip to Cape Verde. Ben and I had been dating for 6 months and got on brilliantly. At the time, chemistry was all I thought about in a relationship. I'd never dreamt of judging a man's suitability via peeking in his bank balance, but I'm not shy about having conversations either. So I knew Ben's job in IT earned him a salary of £30,000. £30,000? The fuck?
That's nothing.
That's fucking nothing. $56,000? It's fucking less than the fucking average wage. $37,000 a year for you Americans. What the fuck?
He must be like a front level. Like
He's a street shitter. His name's actually Rajesh.
Probably.
Hello, yes, Samantha, I love you so much. So
show Bob's in
show Bob on Virgin. For Ben, 10 years my junior, work was a means to enjoy surfing at weekends or rugged camping holidays in the summer. He had zero career ambitions. I knew he would see it as odd if I went on holiday by myself, but I also couldn't imagine anything more humiliating for both of us than me paying for him. In the end, I simply didn't go. Good Lord, good. This woman's clearly a feminist. If she can't imagine anything more humiliating for the both of them than her paying for him.
Welcome to equality.
Yeah, fucking hell. What a stupid story. Again, Ryu, man. Jesus. Be more discerning. Don't make me be more discerning.
Excuse me.
Georgia man has been in jail without trial for 10 years. So he was 22 when he's arrested. He's 32 now. His co-defendants have all been acquitted. And the Georgia GPCD, I think it's like the Georgia Public Defenders something. I don't know what the C would stand for. Commission, yeah. Has not given him a new lawyer nearly a year after his contract attorney withdrew. Like, how is this even possible?
Georgia Public Defender Council.
Yeah, okay.
It shouldn't.
This should not at all be possible. Your cats are so loud, Dave.
Sorry.
April 11th, 2023.
Sonia Holmes prepares a postcard to send to her son.
We miss and love you.
Who she hasn't seen in years, mailing at least one every week.
It's just a quick hello to always let him know that he is being thought about.
Her son, Maurice Jimerson, lives less than 7 miles away. But behind the concrete walls and barbed wire of the Dougherty County Jail. In 2013, police arrested Maurice and 4 others for the same double murder. For the past 10 years, he spent the majority of that time behind bars, legally innocent, yet never given an opportunity to tell his side of the story at trial.
Nobody talks about it. There is no news coverage. Nothing is said about it. Even if I tell somebody that Maurice, where is Maurice? How is Maurice? Well, Maurice is still locked up. They don't believe it because it's been 10 years.
There are multiple reasons for delays in Maurice's case, from the pandemic to a flood in the courthouse in 2021. But the district attorney says the current delay is directly linked to Maurice having no attorney to represent him. Court records show his last lawyer withdrew from the case in July 2022. From jail, Maurice wrote the court, "I need a public defender for my case. I've been waiting for a trial date." 8 months later, he still didn't have an attorney.
This is a problem that is at a crisis level right now and is likely to get worse.
Maya Chowdhury is an attorney for the Southern Center for Human Rights. Over the past few months, she's traveled across the state, tracking down people in jails charged with crimes with no court-appointed attorney. The Sixth Amendment of the Constitution guarantees everyone accused of a crime the right to a speedy trial and an attorney if they cannot afford one.
For so many of the people that I've met with in jails who've been there for months and sometimes years, I'm the first attorney that they've seen.
To identify how many people need an attorney, the civil rights organization submitted multiple public records requests to the Georgia Public Defender Council. The state agency represents 85% of people charged with crimes. But in a letter the Southern Center sent to the state's attorney general, it claims the council is intentionally making records difficult to obtain by overcharging for documents and providing increasingly incomplete records.
And many of these records are records that have been provided to us in the past. The only thing that has shifted in this time period is the amount of media attention and the public scrutiny that the Georgia Public Defender Council is receiving right now.
An Atlanta News First investigation exposing a constitutional crisis impacting court systems in Georgia.
4 months, multiple Atlanta News First investigations have shed light on the shortages of public defenders. At least 620 people charged with crimes in the state did not have a lawyer this past summer, and its impact on the state's criminal justice system. A problem the director of the Public Defender Council has struggled to admit exists.
This last 2 years have been the most phenomenal.
Despite judges across the state saying otherwise.
Welcome, Judge. Nice to have you with us.
Including Arthur Smith, president of Georgia's Council of Superior Court Judges, who has experienced the problem in his own courtroom.
We have too few public defenders for the work to be done.
I've been very consistent with letting him know that he's not doing this by himself.
Maurice's mother hopes her son will one day have an opportunity to tell his side of the story to a jury. 2 of the 4 co-defendants in Maurice's case have already been found not guilty. Until then, she'll continue writing to him and waiting.
Nobody's listening. It's been 10 years and nobody has listened.
Oh, magic. Isn't that funny? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, we follow the law. Oh, yeah, of course. We follow the law.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
You know,
they're looking at a big time lawsuit.
Yeah, at some point they really should just drop all charges if they can't get a court date.
Bazza, that's inches. He's 72 inches tall. They don't use feet and inches. They just
he's 6 foot tall.
Put the number of inches on the wall.
Yeah.
Like,
but if they're not gonna,
hasn't SCOTUS defined like what a speedy trial means?
They should have by now. Yeah, because if they've broken the Constitution, then clearly he's a wash. It doesn't matter if he's guilty or not guilty. If they're not following the process, he's out.
He's basically being held. He's being held unlawfully.
Correct.
He's basically. It's basically. Basically, he's kidnapped / hostage at this point.
So, violation of the Speedy Trial Clause is cause for a dismissal with prejudice of a criminal case. Within these parameters, it was determined that the 5-year wait for this case to go to trial was not in violation of the Constitution. The fuck?
Speedy's not defined. Speedy's very vague word.
In response, in 1974, Congress passed the Speedy Trial Act. What does the Speedy Trial Act do? Establishes time limits for completing various stages. Procedural time limits. Let's share this. So, Act establishes time limits for completing various stages of a federal criminal. Fucking Christ!
Of course.
Oh yeah, because it's not state. You know, it's not a state trial. Sorry, it's a state trial, not a federal trial.
Yeah, but this shit needs to be defined federally
I know.
so that it applies. Like, fucking Christ!
Unilaterally,
trials must commence within 70 days from the date of information or indictment filed, or from the date the defendant appears before an officer of the court in which the charge is pending, whichever is later.
Oh, so it could be 70 days or it could be 7,000 days, depending on when they appear in court.
Or depending on whether they're a January 6th defendant or not.
Yep.
Yep.
Fucking hell. Like, how does this guy not fucking get just a random, like, internet lawyer?
Yeah.
To take up his case? Well, I mean, he's got a lawyer now, and all it took was a news agency poking around.
Time to start conscripting lawyers.
Well, it should.
Maybe
they have to do fucking X number of hours of pro bono.
Yeah. Time to start conscripting them from other states. Bring them in pro hoc vice, just to get the backlog clear.
And in the state, the state is required to have an attorney for them. They are required.
It's guaranteed by the
Sixth Amendment. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The death penalty.
I was going to say send in. I was going to say.
Oh wow.
Time to bring Nick into active duty and conscript him, and he's still got a license, I think. So, pro hoc vice. There you go, Nick.
I'm Nick Ricardo from Ricardo Law, representing the defendant.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I live stream this?
Yeah, can I live stream this? Judge in my defense, in my defendant's defense. Like, have you heard of a Boldo?
If the Baldo exists, you must acquit. So apparently the U.S. military has an explosive problem. They don't have enough manufacturers for explosives. So.
All these supply fucking problems. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Yep, and it's an issue because it's a very restricted supply, not supply, but industry.
Yeah, so Minden, Louisiana, nearly 2 years ago, an errant spark inside a mill caused an explosion so big it destroyed all the building's equipment and blew a corrugated fiberglass wall 100 feet. It also shut down the sole domestic source of an explosive the Department of Defense relies on to produce bullets, mortar shells, artillery rounds, and Tomahawk missiles. I assume it's TNTP.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Oh, it's just black powder.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a black powder shortage?
Apparently.
Since 2021.
What do you think?
Since June 2021.
What do you think ammo is so expensive?
Fucking hell.
And they've been sending munitions to Ukraine, so yeah.
Well, they've been buying munitions from South Korea to send to Ukraine.
And probably this is the reason why they're buying it, because they can't ship their own because they can't really produce any more black powder.
Oh, Jerry,
Yeah.
no.
So yes, the great Jerry Springer, former mayor of Minneapolis.
Chicago.
No, he wasn't Chicago mayor. I think he was mayor of Minneapolis. No, it was a smaller town. Fuck, what's the town?
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, yes. Yes, former mayor of Cincinnati and television talk show host Jerry Springer has died at the age of 79. So yes, rest in peace, Jerry. Jerry was great. Jerry Springer was awesome. I miss Jerry Springer. Fucking fantastic show. If you've never seen the Jerry Springer show, go and look up clips. It's great. So yeah, rest in peace, bro. A female babysitter accused of raping a 13-year-old boy, telling him to, quote, take it like a man. So law enforcement... Please hold
my uncle up on the screen.
Please hold your oh well, I would have been fine with that when I was 13. Please hold. Law enforcement officials are searching for a twisted Texas babysitter accused of raping a 13-year-old boy as her own son slept nearby, ordering the victim to endure the abuse like a man and threatening to hack off his penis. The sick attack took place in July 2021, though Charlene Cornegay, 41, was only charged with aggravated sexual assault of a child this week. Would you like to see what Charlene looks like?
I'm scared.
I say let's send her to Florida.
Yeah. So that's why I said, mate, just hold off on the, oh, geez, I wish I had a babysitter to do that. No, you don't. So,
that's a man.
That's not a man. That's a ham beast.
Yes, a huge
So yes, straight in the fucking wood chipper. The big one the big one that Tim always links me to. The industrial size one. Yes, Taiwan is considering calling up female reservists for military training to defend their nation against the communists across the pond.
They might actually have to do that.
Oh, this was
they'll need everyone, everyone, just not the men. They'll probably need the women as well.
So I'm glad Tim's here now. So this guy got a mailer for Vivek here in Iowa. He was surprised to see a purported statement from the Federalist Society on the mailer. It turns out the quote, which is one of the most compelling conservative voices in the country, the Federalist Society. It turns out it's actually his quote. These are provided by the person.
Oh, okay.
In most cases, the biographical information on a person's contributor page is provided directly by the person. And there it is. Conservative leaders have called Vivek Ramaswamy one of the most compelling conservative voices in the country. And what's even more funny is intellectual godfather of the anti-woke movement.
No, that sounds like bullshit.
No. It's not bullshit. It's in the article. It's Vivek, the self-described intellectual godfather of the anti-woke movement.
Yeah,
this guy is a fucking grifter.
Oh yeah, for sure,
full on,
sure,
for
sure. He has a couple of based policies, but yeah, I can definitely see. Yeah,
I hate it when people fucking do that.
He's Trump's.
He's going to get nowhere.
He's Trump's man.
Yeah,
he's Trump's man.
He's controlled opposition certainly from. He's got a couple of based policies, and he's relatively young, and he's saying some of the right things. But again, it's very clear. Yeah, he's an absolute grifter.
So Trump said this the other day. I'm pleased to see that Vivek Ramaswamy is doing so well in the most recent Republican primary poll.
Yeah.
CBS YouGov. He's tied with Mike Pence and seems to be on his way to catching Ron DeSanctimonious. The thing I like about Vivek is that he has only good things to say about President Trump. That's me. And that all the Trump administration has been so successfully done. This is the reason he's doing so well. In any event, good luck to all of them. They'll need it. Terrible. There was some other stuff this week. So yes, of course, there was the Steven Crowder stuff that by now everybody has fucking seen.
Yeah.
Seen it. Don't care.
Yeah.
Let me just say this: if your wife is 8 months pregnant with your twins, I don't care how much you don't love her.
Mm-hmm.
Give her the fucking keys or drive her yourself.
Yeah.
Don't be a little bitch.
How about you do some husbandly things?
You petulant fucking child. Yes,
Yeah.
and if you're going to complain about your wife not being wifely,
be a fucking husband and
be
take your
husbandly,
pregnant wife somewhere.
dipshit.
Be a
Yes, they're
husband
still-
and not a homosexual.
They're still your kids. And look,
Yep.
yeah, he's the man's gay. Look, I don't. There's nothing wrong with that. That won't win him many points in conservative circles. Yeah, but
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
not that there's anything wrong with that.
Play the
yeah.
Seinfeld clip. Do.
Well, the wrong thing is that he's hiding it.
Get a second car.
Yes,
God
you
damn
cheap
it.
fuck. Get a second car. Yes, get a second
And-
car. Fucking hell. Get a second car. Drive your
You-
wife.
You make Crowder money. You can afford a cheap ass
He
car.
has he has Teslas. He has so much. Yeah, you guys are right. Like, just get a second. Like, but this is
It's
a man who
because
this,
he
this is
wants
a
to
man who
control
drives
his wife.
I
Yeah,
know, he's
and the
absolutely.
fact that they don't does seem to indicate that this is about control.
Yeah.
And that he's a very controlling personality.
By all
And of
accounts,
course, what's his name? I forgot his name.
Dave Landau.
Landau.
Dave Landau went on
Landau.
went on You Are Here with
Elijah.
Michael
Michael Malice.
Oh, does Michael Malice run You Are Here now?
Oh, it's not
Sorry,
not you are here.
But he
It's
wanted
his
Malice- sorry,
podcast.
Malice's
His Michael
show.
Malice's show is You're Welcome.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he went on You're Welcome. Sorry, just get confused between the conservative shows.
Well, Dave
went
and
on You're
Garrett have a
Welcome,
show on
and
Blaze now,
essentially, this is before this footage dropped, and basically said, "Well, yeah, he was a bit of a dick.
Yeah.
Like he wouldn't let me promote my show. They docked my pay if I was
That was the
10 minutes
contract. That was
late.
the contract.
like-
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
the
the
contract
contract.
And look,
is
I-
fucked.
That was
had
the
a-
contract that Stephen offered.
They had
and
they had a Dave shut up button.
Yeah.
And
I
look,
think they
and
did
look,
that.
I understand. Look, I understand having a clause in your contract. That's it's like, look, if you're 10 minutes late, you'll be docked. But let us cast our memories back so many months back to the bygone age of fucking January
The Daily Wire contract.
when
Mm-hmm.
Steven Crowder made a whole fucking song and dance about this predatory Daily Wire contract that had all these horrible
110%
conditions
fees.
that this motherfucker is making his own stuff like sign.
Oh yeah, it was even
Some-
worse
yeah.
than Daily
Like
Wire's initial
something
offer.
similar. Like,
Yeah.
go fuck yourself, man.
Mhm.
The worst fucking part of the conservative the conservative sphere is the fucking hypocrites.
The infighting is
hypocrites.
real.
It's like, are there not enough on the left that you have to fucking bring that shit over on the, like, just go be a hypocrite on the left. We're used to that. You can get away with that. Like, fucking all these conservative hypocrites. Like, it's just fucking driving me nuts, man. Like, absolutely fucking
Yeah.
disgraceful.
Ridiculous.
The
Oh,
only good
this is the
thing
article
about it
where
is that,
the homosexual again about his
Yeah.
staff, like teabagging, like actual putting his balls on male staff members.
Yeah.
If that doesn't scream gay, I don't know what does.
Oh, yeah. I can say with 100%
the only-
certainty that Steven Crowder has at one point sucked a dick.
Probably.
Well, he has said that he was once bi, so
Yeah, that's why I can say this thing.
Okay, there you have it. But yeah, the only good thing that I can really think about this is that Dave Landau has actually moved on and he's starting his
He's starting
own
the show with Garrett on Blaze.
He's on the
Yep,
Blaze.
yeah,
with,
him and-
is
with
it
Garrett,
Normal
yeah.
Worlds? That's the show.
I
Yeah,
think
Normal
so,
World.
yeah.
And so he's out doing his own thing, so that's a good
Yeah, I
thing.
can't wait to watch that because the pilot that they put on YouTube was bloody great.
Yeah, Crowder, like
Yeah.
Shapiro, has always been the worst part of his own group. I like the people who have been around Crowder, not Crowder so much. And now, I probably liked Crowder the most out of most people here. And I'm washing my hands of him.
Look, I still like his "You Are Here," like not his "You Are Here." He's
Changed my mind.
His "Change My Mind" segments, like
Yeah.
those.
No,
are the
but
best.
the man himself, I'm
I
done
never
with him.
thought he was funny. I never thought he was funny. Like the funniest part of him was his "Change My Mind" segments,
Mm.
and they weren't really funny. They were just the funny was the other people.
Yeah.
So yes, the debt ceiling is back again, because the ceiling keeps getting closer. So yes, Kevin. So
Funny
So
that.
they passed a bill a couple of months ago that would put it off till I think March next year, something like that. May next year, March next year, and the government has spent so much fucking money that they're probably going to run out of money by June.
Yeah, they'll print more.
Well, they can't.
They can't.
So
They'll try.
without raising the debt ceiling, they can't actually do it.
They'll try.
They'll have to borrow some more money from
So I think
China.
by now we all understand what the debt ceiling is. Essentially, for want of a better term, it's the national credit card. It has a maximum limit. All that's required is for Congress to say yes, we're going to increase the limit, and then that's it. It's done.
Yeah.
What happens? These are the scenarios. So either Biden and McCarthy make a deal. Well, McCarthy has technically already made a deal. So
Correct.
they have passed legislation that will increase the debt ceiling from the House with the Senate now. But it has a cut across the board of I think 20%. And the Republicans are like, you're going to cut VA benefits and this and that. Yeah, but we're cutting everything. Like, you want to raise the fucking debt ceiling, that's fine, but you have to show that we're going to cut fucking spending because
cut spending so we don't have to. So we don't have to raise it so soon.
So interest rates are getting higher and higher and higher and showing no signs of stopping. That means governments have to spend more money when they issue debt. Debt becomes more expensive for the government too, not just everybody.
Yep, because those government bonds will need a higher interest rate.
That's what the rate's for.
Yep.
The rate is literally the government bond, like the rate government bonds are issued by the Treasury Department.
Yep.
So,
and it sucks if you have some bonds that were issued back in 2020.
Yeah, they just became fucking worthless. Well, they're not worthless. They're worth the face amount and the monthly payment. So
yep. And if you say need cash quick, you won't be able to sell them at the
face rate. Yeah.
Yeah, face rate.
But yes, either they make a deal, and Biden has already said if the Senate were to pass the bill McCarthy passed through the House, so the Republican bill passes through the Senate, he'll veto it.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be fucking hilarious because then the president would be vetoing that would be ruining killing the debt ceiling.
Yep, they could all point to the president saying this is the reason why we're defaulting.
Another option is the Democratic lawmakers could do an end run around McCarthy and Biden through an arcane device called a discharge petition. Lawmakers could call a bill to the House floor without the approval of the Speaker. And that maneuver would require a support of 218 members. So I'll have to read up on a discharge petition because that sounds interesting. And I'm sure if that happens, that will never, ever, ever come back to bite the Democrats.
Yep. Does the U.S. owe other countries a lot of money?
Well, yeah. Well, it's not so much they owe bondholders.
No,
it's not about owing other countries. The government sells bonds and gets money for those bonds. That money is used to fund spending.
If they default, they can't service the bonds.
Yeah, if they have the bond has an agreement that says every month you'll receive a payment of X dollars. and that's it. Because the bond is at a fixed rate. So when you buy the
Right.
bond, the rate on the bond is whatever the interest rate is at the time for the period of the bond. So anywhere from 30-day to 30-year bonds.
Yeah.
So yeah, the government borrows the money at the fixed rate. They pay the rate. They pay the rate every month, and at the end of the bond period, they pay the face value of the bond.
Yep.
So that's how governments finance debt spending. So, and it is not a bad thing, because look, the American debts is why the US dollar is the main currency. It's never going to be it's never going to be the Chinese yuan. Like, it's never going to be the RMB. Never, because the Chinese don't want to open their don't want to open their currency, because if the day the Chinese opened their currency to global trade, as in you can trade Chinese T-bills, is the day currency flight in China explodes. All these multi-billionaires in China will dump their fucking currency faster than you've ever seen.
Yep.
So there's no way the Chinese yuan will ever be the reserve currency. It just can't be. Their economy cannot handle it.
And outside of China is not
so
another country.
China doesn't do deficit spending. China doesn't run a deficit because their currency is fucking flat out controlled. The entire economy is just controlled. So they never run deficits. If you don't run deficits, you don't issue bonds. If you don't issue bonds, people can't put their. So if I'm Saudi Arabia and I run a surplus, what do I do with that money? It's obviously in
spend it somehow
in Saudi dinar. I think Saudis use dinars. I might be wrong. So you run a surplus as the government of the Kingdom of Saudi. Where do you put that money? Like, where do you put that money where it's safe? Okay, you can invest in your own stock market. Okay, well, that's great. You've just inflated your economy, which made the currency less valuable. Okay, well, that's not good.
Not good for
that means
the country itself.
It means my reserves are now worth less. So you need to put them somewhere else. You can invest in foreign companies, but that carries a risk. If the company goes under, well, then your money's gone, and then you're exposed to the vagaries of the stock market.
Yep.
So what foreign countries do is, well, look, I need US dollars. So what I'll do is I'll buy these US treasuries. So the Americans are always selling T-bills. So I'll buy these US treasuries, and that'll be where I hold my foreign currency. So when I own T-bills, like foreign treasury, like US treasuries, what I'm owning is US debt. Now, the US is very good good for paying their debt, though not as good as they used to be. Their ratings, they've suffered a ratings downgrade after the last showdown. But
yep.
But yeah, that debt is as good as money, as good as gold, as the term goes.
Yeah, as safest investment you can make, really.
Yeah, U.S. government treasury bonds are the safest in the world, but like Western treasuries are very safe. Nothing's going to fucking happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, most Western treasuries.
America doesn't run. If America ran a surplus, who would they invest in? Whose treasury bills would they buy? So then that's how you get a reserve currency. You get a reserve currency because other countries need some place to put their money when they have surpluses. Because not every country runs a deficit, because every economy is different. So this idea that the US dollar is going to collapse, no, it's not. The US dollar is going to be the reserve currency, for the predominant reserve currency, for a very, very, very long time. The petrodollar is going nowhere. And anybody who tells you, who is trying to convince you that BRICS will replace the US dollar is insane, because the biggest economy in BRICS is fucking China, and their dollar, their renminbi will not be used, cannot be used. Their economy is closed. The Indian rupee will not be used. The Russians have been buying oil, selling. Sorry,
Gold,
the Russians
oil.
have been selling oil to the Indians and receiving payment in rupees. They had to stop that because they cannot. They've got all the rupees they can handle. They don't buy enough from the Indians to be able to justify this massive, like, fucking slosh of Indian rupees. This is why a reserve currency is important, and this is why it's the US dollar, because everybody wants the US dollar. So if I buy your goods in US dollars, if I sell something to America and America has to pay in Australian dollar, if America buys something from Australia and how would it actually work? It would essentially be, so say America's got all these Australian dollars. Well, where are they going to spend those? They can only spend them with Australia, because they're not going to buy something from China with Australian dollars, because the Chinese don't need. Well, maybe if the Chinese need Australian dollars, then they'll go, yeah, we need Australian dollars. You can pay for this in Australian dollars. But it's far simpler to just have a single currency that the world uses as a reserve currency that everybody wants. And it just happened that market forces and the Bretton Woods Act, or the Bretton Woods Agreement, made the
Great War.
Yeah, and yes, the Great War.
And also World War II as well.
And World War II, yeah. So global forces have made it the US dollar. So
yep.
The US dollar is the biggest reserve currency, but it's not the only reserve currency. Pound sterling used to be fucking huge. Everybody used to own the British pound.
Because the British was everywhere.
Yeah. So, hey, the Australian dollar is a reserve currency for some countries. So,
don't some countries actually use the Australian dollar, like in the Pacific?
Plenty of Pacific Island countries use the Australian dollar as their currency of choice.
Hmm.
Yeah, because we're a stable region power.
Yep.
So, but no other countries use the Chinese dollar, like the Chinese yuan. So,
why would you?
Anyway, so yes, the other option is a bill to buy more time. Jesus fucking Christ! And they do this all the fucking time. You know what? You know how Australia fixed this? So we used to have a debt ceiling of $300 billion. I know, doesn't sound like much. So we raised the debt ceiling to $350 billion, and then the next time it came up, we just got rid of the fucking debt ceiling. Because every fucking time it was just what's going to happen? What's going to happen? They're going to pass the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
These kind of things make markets scared. And if I'm buying T-bills, I'm like, oh man, am I not going to get my fucking payment this month? So.
Yeah, they could remove it, but then they have the issue. They'll just ramp it printing.
Oh, spending will go through the fucking roof. Look, the debt ceiling exists because Republicans want it to exist. That they want to control spending, and I understand. I absolutely understand. But yeah,
you could easily wreck your country if you do rampant spending.
Oh yeah, fucking. That's how you get hyperinflation.
Mm-hmm. So that's the whole point of a debt ceiling.
So the White House could dust off the old $1 trillion coin. So the theory goes the White House can order the Treasury to print $1 trillion coin and then deposit that into Federal Reserve and use that to fund spending. I mean, if that works, functionally, the debt ceiling's gone. You might as well just abolish it. So
yeah.
What's the other? So the other option is but that'd fuck inflation. The other option is apparently they can. There's a 14th Amendment solution So there's actually an option 6. So the fifth option is the United States defaults. So the US misses a payment, and I guess we send the Pinkertons to collect, I guess. We take the Washington Monument.
It means we have to cut spending, really.
Well,
if we don't increase the debt ceiling.
Look, the markets would take a fucking huge hit. The
they'll
rating
have a fit.
agencies would downgrade US debt. The Fed would have to pump rates just to keep the economy rolling. It's a nightmare. You don't
It'd
want
be a shit show.
Yeah, it'd be a fucking shit show. I hope it doesn't happen. Knowing Biden, it probably fucking will. So, but
And the issue is also going to affect other countries as well.
yes, because their debt is suddenly worth less. So yes, Biden. So apparently, there's a 14th Amendment option. Apparently, you can invoke the 14th Amendment to avoid the defaulting on debts.
And why didn't they do that the last time?
What's the 14th Amendment again? Sorry.
So 14th Amendment is one of the construction amendments. So it has a number of sections, but including the Equal Protection Clause. But it also has another section that is the public debt, Section 4 of the amendment. Let's look at the 14th Amendment, shall we? I thought seriously, you can use the 14th Amendment to get around it. Oh, God damn it, man.
Well, if you're doing that, then why hasn't it been done beforehand when they did go into default?
Well, yeah, exactly. So, of course, there's the persons born in the US, the apportionment clause, so the electors clause, and here's the so yes, the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned, but neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss of emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. So this, this is the important part. Shall not be questioned. So their theory is that because the validity of public debt of the United States authorized by law, so spending done by Congress, that includes debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion. So in addition to those things, shall not be questioned. So the debt gets paid. Always. There's absolutely no question, no argument. There has been no legal test for that. So,
but the question is, with what?
Well, the US just pays it. The debt ceiling is actually invalid. The 14th Amendment invalidates the debt ceiling entirely.
Interesting.
Because the US government always pays its debts. So yeah.
Actually, that would be a very interesting way to do it.
I would like to see some discussion on that. Yes, I think that as a Constitution nerd, I would like to see some arguments for and against that, because I think that's an interesting argument.
And it's interesting that this conversation about government debt comes around about the same time another country's debts were being called on, just in the past.
Sorry, what country?
Mexico.
Oh yeah, Mexico defaulted, didn't they?
Yeah, that's why the battle. That's why the French and Mexican War happened.
No, I mean I'm pretty sure Mexico defaulted recently, like in the last decade.
Recently, probably. But yeah, I was speaking more of the reason for the Battle of Puebla.
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking that. So Latin American debt crisis. So they did list of sovereign debt crises. South America, no, Central America. Oh, actually, no, North America. Mexico. 1982 was their last debt crisis. Yeah. Yep. So their debt exceeded their GDP, and they were unable to pay.
Yep.
So yeah. Anyway, moving along. I'm just going to get through all of bits and pieces before I start on the main stuff because it's 2 weeks worth. So yes, Tucker has left. Tucker has left Fox News. Tucker Carlson has left Fox. I was about to say Tucker has left Carl's Jr. What the fuck?
Boy, those Hardys.
But yes, they announced it on a Monday morning.
Yeah, good decision by Tucker.
It was a shock for pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
So let's. Tucker, of course, made a statement. So let's. 23 million views.
Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson. One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care about what's true, and a bunch of hilarious people also, a lot of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing. In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science, demographic change, corporate power, natural resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media. Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. That's a depressing realization, but it's not permanent. Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them. Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue, and so it won't. The people in charge know this. That's why they're hysterical and aggressive. They're afraid. They've given up persuasion. They're resorting to force. But it won't work. When honest people say what's true, calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink, and they become weaker. That's the iron law of the universe. True things prevail. Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough. As long as you can hear the words, there is hope. See you soon. Good evening.
So yes, it was all very shocking. But yes, apparently, well, according to Vanity Fair, Rupert Murdoch got freaked out about a conversation he and his fiancée had with Tucker Carlson. Apparently. So let me find the bit.
Yeah, Murdoch or Lachlan?
Rupert.
Oh, sorry, Rupert or Lachlan.
So Rupert was perhaps unnerved by Carlson's messianism because it echoed the end times view of Rupert Murdoch's ex-fiancée Anne Leslie Smith, the source said. In my main cover story, I reported that Lachlan and Smith called off their 2-week engagement because Smith had told people Carlson was a messenger from God. Murdoch had seen Carlson and Smith discuss religion firsthand. In late March, Carlson had dinner at Murdoch Bel Air Vineyard with Murdoch and Smith. According to the source, during dinner, Smith pulled out a Bible and started reading passages from the book of Exodus. The source said, Rupert just sat there and stared. The source said a few days after the dinner, Murdoch and Smith called off the wedding. By taking Carlson off the air, Murdoch was also taking away his ex's favourite show. Smith did not respond to a request for comment.
Yeah, it sounds about like Rupert Murdoch's, what he would do.
So, yeah, because the argument that So the key argument was, oh well, it was of course, you know, the Dominion lawsuit, because the Dominion defamation settlement. That's why it cost Tucker cost Fox News $700 million, like with his lies about Dominion voting system. Blah 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 blah.
And then you go to the tapes and it's like, oh wait, Tucker Carlson was the only one that was
Tucker
saying
was
that.
the voice of fucking reason. So of course the left had a field day, and there was much gnashing of teeth and screaming to heavens about how great this is.
Except for the right, do not, like the actual right, do not care.
We're happy.
Yeah,
Fox News sucks.
We can finally lump them with the rest of the media.
So this is another former Fox News host.
Even Keith Olbermann was saying similar things, comparing Tucker to a Nazi. He also, for good measure, decided to tweet about me because I said Tucker is going to be better off without Fox, and said something to the effect of, you got fired from Fox and NBC. What would you know about it? So first of all, you misstate the circumstances of my departure from NBC, sir. That's all I'm allowed to say about it. And as for Fox, there were widely reported facts that I was offered $100 million to stay there. But the record's very clear that I left voluntarily because I wanted to raise my family, something you don't know anything about, because no one would marry you and you have no children. You have a cold, lonely life in which you become a bitter, bitter man, something I wouldn't know anything about because my life is joyful and I've managed to raise my own children. And someday I hope you have that pleasure, but I don't have high hopes it's going to happen. Even Keith Olbermann.
I love Megyn Kelly.
Called him an incel, basically.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. and of course, things are going well for Fox News. So Fox lost about 1 million viewers without Tucker Carlson. It's also affecting every follow-on show. Hannity's doing like actually worse. So
yeah, Fox News is now kind of within the pack of everyone else.
Well, they're being beaten. Like they're absolutely being beaten. So
yeah, by NBC.
Well, Rachel Maddow's now beating Hannity.
Oh God.
So yeah, so it's all gonna, and that was just the first night. That they've quickly declined.
Naturally,
spare a thought for Don Lemon, who was also fired, for cause. I'm convinced he was on his way out and would have been fired in February were it not Black History Month.
True.
So, but Fox has been leaking like a fucking sieve, and they've been leaking to everyone's favorite people, Media Matters for America, and they've been posting horrible behind the scene clips of Tucker Carlson. So let's watch some clips, shall we?
Well, that was a week, I'll say. Holy shit! 10 hours. That slimy little motherfucker sitting across from me. Oh, you're the best. And I wasn't talking about you. It's just the opposite.
He's giving me a compliment.
No, I'm not. What do you mean? Because you've never been this affirmed in your life? I bet. Thank you, Alex. Have a happy weekend. See you, man. The amount, it was so unhealthy, the hate. Thank you, Teresa. The hate that I felt for that guy. I mean, thank you, Todd. How could you not? I never feel that way, because I don't put myself, I don't want to feel that way. I think it's wrong. It's bad. It's totally bad for you to feel that way. But that guy, I mean, he triggered the shit out of me. Where are you now? Where do you live? The amount of times I had, first of all, fuck you on my lips was like, it was unbelievable. Suggesting that I was cheating on my taxes? Really? Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So where are you domiciled? Where are you now? Do you own a home there? I was like, no, I do not own a home in Maine, which I don't, by the way.
The monster.
The monster.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he's like a regular person.
Oh my God, he swears.
Heaven forbid.
Yeah. Oh my God, he has to deal with bullshit, and once he,
ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Once he's away from the room, he's like bitching to his staff that the person that he had to deal with was a piece of shit.
Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer. It's personal. I'm not speaking of you, but more in general of ladies. When they go to the ladies' room and powder their noses, is there actually nose powdering going on?
Sometimes.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
Most of the time it's lipstick.
Do pillow fights ever break out? You don't have to.
Not in the bathroom.
Okay, not in the bathroom. Okay. That'd be more a dorm activity. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry.
That's just.
So you are such a good sport, such a good person. Thank you.
Just common.
I know you do, but you do not deserve that, and I mean it with great affection.
I got you, man. Which way do you want to go?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Let me tune in.
Again, what a fucking monster. Ah,
what a
terrible.
monster. Bullshitting with the staff.
Like, what an actual prick. Like, God, unbelievable. Can you imagine having to work for that guy?
Prefacing a question saying you don't have to answer this.
Yeah, exactly, Costy. He's a fucking
I don't want to be a slave to Fox Nation, which I don't think that many people watch anyway. We're gonna
damn.
because I you know, I'm like a representative of the American media now. Speaking to an exile in Romania and welcoming him back into the Brotherhood of Journalists.
Yeah, it would help us out if you wore a sweater though, because we asked him not to wear a suit. Like, he was panicking about it, so you don't have to. Tucker's gonna be looking casual. That's just how our show looks. Is that okay?
I mean, this is airing on the nighttime show, and I want it to look official. I don't want it to be like bro talk. And I, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the majority of it, like if we go like 45 minutes, it's gonna be for Fox Nation.
But nobody's gonna.
Costy says, I'd love to see the blooper reels for the left news commentators. I bet they don't have as much fun with their team. 100%.
Oh, they just boss them around.
100%. Like, yeah, I can absolutely imagine it just being dour as fuck. Like, those don't feel like fun newsrooms.
Gonna watch it on Fox Nation. Nobody watched.
You know what? Actually, I was watching some Andrew Breitbart this week. Rest in peace, my friend. Andrew Breitbart was like used to say that what he wants, he doesn't care if the media is left wing or right wing or partisan in any way. What he wanted was just fucking wear it. If you're a lefty liberal, fucking wear it. Wear your biases openly. Like, don't pretend to be this, like, oh no, I'm an objective journalist. I don't have any biases at all. I tell it straight down the middle. No, we
bullshit.
know you don't. It's fucking bullshit. He wanted the situation. So anybody familiar with like British print news knows that there are magazines like The Guardian, which is avowedly left wing, and then there's the Spectator, which is right wing. Like, you know where you stand with these newspapers. They wear their biases on their sleeve. They don't pretend to be objective. They are pushing an agenda. They're pushing one side, and you know. And I think the fact that Fox has been as successful as it is, like as it has been, is a testament to, well, it proves he was right. People want that too. Like, yeah, Fox News is the conservative channel. What about big whoop? Want to fight about it? Like, they set themselves as the unavowed conservative side. And I think they've been rewarded for that. And I think if the left-wing media actually came out as the left-wing media and stopped being such fucking, for want of a better term, faggots about it, then they would probably do better.
Yeah, but they can't because they'll end up, telling too much truth.
No, they can be avowedly left. They already are.
The issue is they'll alienate
The issue is
people.
they pretend they're not.
Yeah, because they'll alienate people.
Yeah, but I don't think they will.
Well, not everyone, but
I think the vast majority of people will prefer to go, okay, that's a left-wing channel. Okay, that's a right-wing channel. So, I mean, the Young Turks is avowedly left-wing, and they do well.
I think the problem I see nowadays is people can't actually tell what's left and what's right.
Yeah,
because
it's because
at
of the thin veneer.
Well, people look at
of objectivity.
But
That's over the top.
yeah, we'll like going by Australian media as an example. Okay, Sky News is very clearly right wing.
Insane.
Everyone understands that.
Sky News is insane.
Yeah, Sky News is insane. Sky News is right wing. Everyone generally understands that. But there's people who call the ABC right wing because they dare to have a coalition member on Q&A. As soon as you have a single right-leaning figure on any Australian news media, that people are not able to actually discern.
Yeah. And look, this is what people don't understand about the ABC. It is in their charter to be unbiased, but the people on there aren't unbiased.
That's right.
So they have to aim for objectivity.
But
they're never going to hit it.
They don't even.
They're always going to be as biased.
They don't even aim for
biased
it.
as the people who work there.
They don't. But they don't. But they don't even aim for it. Yeah. If you have five Labor people and one coalition member, all of a sudden the ABC is seen as right wing.
For a very long time, I have advocated for the ABC to hire Andrew Bolt.
Yeah.
Like I wanted Andrew Bolt to do Media Watch.
Yep.
I wanted Andrew Bolt to host Media Watch, because how's it any different? Paul Barry is on the right of the political spectrum, so it doesn't matter.
Barry?
Paul Barry's the host of Media Watch.
Who am I thinking of? The other Barry, Barrie.
Barry Cassidy.
That one
used to host Insiders.
He's the lefty.
He's a bit lefty.
He's the lefty. What does David Spears lie? He's the one.
David Spears is the new host of Insiders.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're getting into the weeds. But yeah. I think that would have lent credibility, because if you want a media watchdog, the media watchdog should probably hate the media.
I think it would have torn it. I think it would have just. I think it would have.
Oh, look, the ABC would never have done it.
No, but I don't think it would have. I don't think it would have improved the ABC's credibility at all, because it's Andrew Bolt.
Yeah, it would tear itself apart.
Yeah,
the
public reaction would be, get Andrew Bolt off the fucking ABC, not my. Don't do this to my fucking ABC.
Well, then the ABC disappears. Like, if you don't like it, lump it.
Good.
Yeah,
get rid of it. Yeah, get rid of it. But
but it's in the charter to be unbiased.
It is.
So,
but
we need to represent. So, and as the media watchdog, of course he's like that's why I thought that
he's
would
Andrew
be,
Bolt.
That's why I thought that would be the perfect place.
Yeah.
That's why I thought that would be the perfect place for him.
Yeah, but Aussies don't want the ABC to actually be impartial. They want it to agree with.
We're going way off into the weeds here in Australia.
Going into Australian news right now.
But so when Media Watch started, it was actually started by a guy called Stuart Livermore. So Stuart Livermore was a King's Counsel now.
Yeah.
Fucking brilliant debater, incredibly sardonic, and fucking went to town on everybody. Like, he absolutely annihilated everybody.
Yeah.
And that was fucking great. Like, when I was younger, I used to love watching Stuart Livermore fucking dismember people, like, just with words. Like, it's one of the reasons I wanted to be a journalist. And I'm glad I didn't. But yeah, that position is needed, and I think Andrew Bolt would have been fucking fantastic at it. I really do. And if the people who watch the ABC had a problem with it, tough fucking shit. Like, if you want the ABC to be for everybody, you should have someone like Andrew Bolt on there. Because, like him or not, like, look, Andrew Bolt is no Paul Murray. Paul Murray is fucking an idiot. The fucking cast of Outsiders are a bunch of morons. But Andrew Bolt is actually he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy who has decent opinions. And are they on the conservative side? Yeah, absolutely. But there's nothing wrong with that. And I think having him in that position would show that the ABC is for everybody. So big. And look, let's be fucking clear. The ABC treats liberal governments with fucking kid gloves. They always have. And when I say liberal, I mean Australian liberal, so conservative. So conservative governments in Australia have always been treated with kid gloves by the ABC. And it's because the ABC is terrified of losing their funding. If they go too hard on on a conservative government, the conservative government will cut their budget. But they know if they go hard on a Labor government, the Labor government's not going to cut their budget.
It seems to me like they've always been going hard on the Liberal government, or at least generally.
Maybe in the commentary parts, like maybe in Q&A, but when it comes to actual sit-down interviews, no. The opposition, like when it's a conservative government, the opposition always cops it harder. So whereas, yeah, there's.
I mean, you are right.
There's an overcorrection when it comes to the liberal bias.
You are right.
At the ABC.
It is the conservatives that would be the ones to slash
absolutely.
the ABC. Yeah.
Anyway, back to Tucker.
Yeah.
Watches Fox Nation because the site sucks. So I'd really like to just dump the whole thing on YouTube. But anyway, that's just my view. I'm just frustrated with it's hard to use that site. I don't know why they're not fixing it. It's driving me insane. And they're like making like Lifetime movies, but they don't work on the infrastructure of the site. Like what? It's crazy, and it drives me crazy because it's like we're doing all this extra work and no one can find it. It's unbelievable, actually. I don't know who runs that site,
We're
but
going to play a sizable chunk on the show tomorrow night. That's the plan. And then what it's going to do is drive a lot of people to watch this on Fox Nation. It's going to be a great help to what we're doing over there on TV today.
I know, but we're doing our part. We're like working like animals to produce all this content, and the people in charge of it, whoever that guy's, whatever his name is, like they're ignoring the fact that the site doesn't work. And I think it's like a betrayal of our efforts. That's how I feel. So of course I resent it.
What a monster.
What
an
a
absolute
monster. Oh my God.
He hates the platform.
I know.
Like
right?
he hates the platform that sucks for users and makes it impossible to find content. What an absolute bastard. Of course, they unveiled this. Oh, they got him. Tucker Carlson, text to a producer. Tucker, a couple of weeks ago, I was watching a video of people fighting on the street in Washington. A group of Trump guys surrounded an Antifa kid and started pounding the living shit out of him. It was 3 against 1 at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Yet suddenly I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. Then somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. The Antifa creep is a human being. Much as I despise what he says and does, and much as I'm sure I'd hate him personally if I knew him, I shouldn't gloat over his suffering. I should be bothered by it. I should remember that somewhere somebody probably loves this kid and would probably be crushed if he was killed. If I don't care about those things, if I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is?
What a monster.
I know. I don't know how anybody can stand to be in the same room as Tucker Carlson. Like, what an absolute monster.
Humanizing Antifa creep.
Imagine humanizing Antifa. No, but this is the line they have a problem with. It's not how white men fight. So people have, of course, taken that to it's how black men fight. No, you fucking idiots. These defamation laws exist because you know how white men used to fight? Pistols at dawn.
1v1.
Yes, that's how white European men used to fight. And we had to stop it because we were fucking killing each other. Like I found a story the other day when I was looking this stuff up that said more midshipmen, like back in the 18th and 19th century, like early 19th century, more midshipmen died from dueling than in combat. So they had a dueling problem because men would get fucking mad, shit would go down, and then that'd be it.
Yep.
Pistols at dawn, and someone would die. People clearly don't like me talking about this stuff because I've watched as the viewers just went down and down and down. So let's move on, shall we?
It's because we're spending way too much in bits and pieces.
We're focusing too much.
Well,
yep.
Well, let's get a top story then. There you go. 3 hours in and we get to the top story. Look, it's been 2 weeks. Give me a fucking break. I've got a lot to fucking say. If you don't like it, get out.
Clearly, because the viewers are dropped.
Well, yeah, clearly they do. So sorry, chat. Thanks to everybody who hung around. So yes, the new firm assembles.
Is that literally everyone in here plus Costy? Because I know Costy's still watching.
At this point, I'm pretty sure Costy's left. Oh no, Costy's here.
No, Costy was watching my live stream when you had a break.
Use the bukake. So yes, and I'm pretty sure Tom Bolo's still watching over on Rumble. So wait, what happened to Rumble?
Wait, what happened?
Can't be that far behind.
Oh yeah, watch out for that. Rumble is falling behind. So yeah, be careful when you end a stream in Rumble.
Speaking of Rumble, good news, everyone. There'll be Costy's watching Rumble too. Love you, Costy, man. Rumble is adding an API for their live chat and an API overall, so that you can have integration with StreamYards and presumably Restream if the API is open. So we'll be able to have chats the way it normally works. They're also you can also subscribe. I don't know if I need to turn that on or something.
No, it's already turned on.
You could subscribe to the channel. You can also you can now use live chat on Android, which was the problem. You know how I was saying there's no fucking live chat in the app? I've got an Android, and everybody else who was saying there was has a fucking iPhone where there was live chat. But yes, there's now live chat in Android, and there's also Rumble Rants on both soon, I think. Not yet, but soon.
Good.
So yes, they're making strides. So shout out to Rumble for actually fucking listening to create, like, the people who use their platform, both the viewers and the creators, for improving that shit. So like I am actually impressed.
Yeah, and I just started uploading to Rumble, so
yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, you find there's actually a lot more activity if you're the small YouTuber or small content creator, sorry, if you go into Rumble, because people on there are kind of wanting to go in and actually wanting to support new creators.
So yes, the new firm assembles newly crowned King Charles and Queen Camilla take center stage on the balcony between heir to the throne Prince William, the Prince of Wales, and their children, as adoring crowds below cheer the slimmed down monarchy. So I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who sat down and watched the fucking the coronation last night.
No, I was right there.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So, Tim, did you watch the?
Nope, I didn't even know it was happening until everyone started talking about it, because I don't watch TV.
Worst Australian ever.
Pretty much.
Yep. Terrible Australian.
I have a TV. I just don't watch TV. So
I watched the live stream. So
I didn't even realize the coronation was happening until everyone started talking about it.
Yeah, no,
I don't follow the monarchy, but it's the first time a king has been crowned in like a century. So
no, not a century. It was 1954, I think, when
the better
Queen
part of a
Elizabeth was
century.
crowned. Oh, you mean a king?
Well,
king.
Yeah, king.
Yeah,
well, it was
king.
1934, so almost a century.
Basically, yeah.
So
and it was the
very
first televised coronation, wasn't it?
It was the first live broadcast coronation. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Queen Elizabeth was broadcast on TV?
There were portions that were broadcast, yes.
Okay.
But yes. So there is, of course, King Charles III and his wife, Queen Camilla. So yeah, it was a very good ceremony. I checked the live stream numbers. Like, I just went to YouTube and searched for the thing and restricted it to live streams, and there were at least 1 million people streaming across all the channels, like watching the broadcast. So pretty good, especially considering most Americans were asleep.
That's true.
Yeah, I wished I was.
So there's some behind the scenes photos. I mean, there's not much to really talk about. The ceremony was cool, I guess, if you like that sort of thing.
Any gossip?
Apparently Penny Mordaunt stole the show. So So these are, of course, the Prince of Wales's youngest children. So Charlotte and Louis.
Louis.
Yeah. Prince Harry promptly fucked off back to
No,
America.
Thank God. Piss off.
You know, because he had to
Yeah.
return to the US because it's his son's birthday. And I saw people on Twitter who were like, what kind of grandfather schedules an event like this, like on his grandson's birthday? Like, you fucking high. He didn't schedule it.
Fuck
It was
off.
done by committee. Like, he didn't pick the fucking day.
Look, motherfuckers, my aunt got married on my 10th birthday, and I had to go to the fucking wedding. I missed my 10th birthday because my aunt got married.
Well,
didn't entirely miss it. We had presents in the start of the day, and she did have a separate little cake made for me, just because it was on my birthday, and she felt bad that the wedding was on her birthday, on my birthday. But like, this shit does happen, people. Like,
yeah.
Yep. Committee was totally trying to screw over Harry.
Look, to be fair, Harry loves being there for his son's birthday. That's why last year he was playing polo overseas.
Yeah.
But I loved the shadiness of the whichever news feed I was watching. How they said, "Oh, they just so and so just magically appeared in their places." It's like, what?
So Julie Bishop, who is our former foreign minister, she was mocked for her outfit. This is the outfit.
Oh dear God!
but this is the best. Look at the comparison.
Oh yeah.
fucking toilet cozy. So Americans, I'm not sure if you guys have these, but this is a dunny. This conceals a dunny roll.
Yeah,
or bog roll.
I'm pretty sure they're popular in the South.
Yeah, it does look like a South, American
Southern,
South thing.
Yeah.
It's mostly a bygone era.
Yeah, my
type
mom used to
thing,
make
but
them.
there was
Yeah,
a
my
lot
mom,
of
my
them.
aunts, my great aunts, my grandmothers. Yeah, very, very, very old, early 20th century, late 19th white people thing.
Yeah. Speaking of white people thing, Lydia Thorpe had some weird event where she dressed up as
the Wicked Witch,
up as a royal.
She's the Queen of the Blacks.
Queen of the Blacks. Yes.
Practically her own words, by the way. That's not meant to be a racial insult.
Basically,
that's practically what she was doing.
So yes, she had like some guy in a Charles mask. I'm not sure if he was a stripper or if she's now banned from that location, but yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah, yikes indeed. Like, fucking hell.
My God.
Yeah, that
She'll
does
get
hurt
you
no
and your little dog
justice
too.
whatsoever.
Yes. So, God, she's such a I believe the term is slag.
Yeah, slag. I wasn't going to say slag. Oh, slag is the.
No, I'm sure she doesn't give it up, but she's a slag.
Slag slag is much more indicative of just being fucking trashy.
Yeah. So police arrested anti-monarchy protesters and seized their placards reading "Not My King" this morning on their way to the coronation. This is a fucking U-Haul full of freshly printed and wrapped signs, all perfectly printed and wrapped. Where do these protesters get the money from?
Interesting.
For this
Soros.
stuff?
Yes.
Like I know Soros is the fucking boogeyman, but genuinely,
seriously,
I got into the comments. I got into the comments on here. Because it's like I was a bit on the fence about the monarchy, but this was really swaying me to confirmation that an unbalanced, archaic system needs to go. 2023, and a dude wearing a golden cape and a golden carriage is about to ride past his subjects. And as I explained, democratic governments passed the laws that allow this stuff. King Charles is a figurehead. He has no power. The man has practically no power. Royal assent is basically guaranteed. So he is a figurehead. So
But here's my king.
Arrested for wearing a T-shirt that said "Not my king." Arrested for wearing a fucking T-shirt. Grrr. Same country that arrests people for mean tweets. Why are you surprised? Like, fuck you people, man. Like, you got these same people. Like, obviously Red Rose means they're Labour, like they're left wing.
Mm-hmm.
So guaranteed these people are perfectly fine with anybody hurting someone's fifis being arrested, but someone who's about to disrupt an event, they can just go ahead and do it.
Straight to jail.
Yeah,
Straight to jail.
So, I watched that, but we don't need. Neil Oliver's great. He does very long rants. They're not ranty, but they're very good. Highly recommend.
He always looks like he's on fucking safari or something.
Yeah, it's the ascot.
Yeah.
I wish they'd bring back ascots.
Oh, Neil Oliver, not
Yeah,
John
Neil
Oliver.
Oliver.
Okay, yeah.
So, France 24 is obviously French news.
While thousands reveled in the pomp and pageantry for the coronation of King Charles III, others staged protests. Chanting "Down with the crown," anti-monarchists say they want a democratically elected head of state or no head of state at all, while many criticize the price tag of the event as ordinary Britons struggle to put food on the table. Karis Garland reports.
That is such an American accent. Oh my God.
From amongst the crowd of well-wishers, anti-monarchists boo and chant slogans at the newly crowned king. They say the royal family has no place in a modern democracy and is far too expensive to maintain.
I want us to be able to say to children, everyone is born equal, no one is born better than anybody else. And we can't say that to children at the moment because we have this one family we elevate above.
Yes, you can say that to children because even if there was no monarchy, it's still a lie. So
Everybody else.
there are always, like, objectively, there are better people than you or me or others. Like, we are not
Like
all
me.
equal. We are all equal in the eyes of God, but some are more equal than others.
Yes.
I'm sorry. There's just some things. Kids just. You're not going to grow up to be Superman. You're not going to be the best ball player. Sometimes people just have to realize.
Actually, Dave,
you do what you can
that's
do.
a fucking great argument. This woman is arguing that Superman should die.
Yep.
Because how can I tell my kids that you're just as good as everyone else when Superman exists? It's the same argument. It's literally the same argument. Because
Yeah,
an Ubermensch exists. So clearly that means everybody else who isn't an Ubermensch is an Untermensch. So
yeah.
Get to rule the country.
Tom Bolo says, fucking lying media always covers protests they like, ignores others like Yellow Vest. Yeah, it's interesting that France 24 is covering this, considering what's going on in France.
Protesters are also up in arms about arrests made by police. The Met said it had arrested 52 people using new powers.
This news outlet is complaining about censorship. They just blurred that man's T-shirt to say the F word on it.
Rushed into law this week to crack down on direct protest groups. The figure includes 6 people from the anti-monarchy movement Republic. Police seized placards and said they'd found lock-on devices, referring to newly outlawed equipment that demonstrators use to attach themselves to each other, an object, or the ground. However, protesters said these were straps meant to hold their signs in place.
Sure they were.
They won't tell us what offence these people have been arrested for, and they won't tell us where they're taking them, and they won't say what they've done with our placards.
The
What they've done
arrests
with
have
their
drawn
placards.
condemnation
Oh, no.
from rights groups. The director of Human Rights Watch UK called them disgraceful, saying these are scenes you'd expect to see in Russia, not the UK. Polls suggest public support for the monarchy is dwindling, particularly among young people. Demonstrations were also held in Wales and Scotland.
In Russia, they would just beat you and
While thousands
throw you in the gulag.
Fucking
thrown from
idiots.
something high.
Again.
Idiots. They need to be protesting the goddamn Westminster. That's where they need to protest, because that's where all the power lies.
Yep.
And also, the king also helps out the peasants. I think, didn't a king try, like, almost took over Westminster after a peasant revolt? It's been a while, like it's a couple hundred years ago.
I know King Charles II was executed. By I'm pretty sure by the government.
Yeah, I just recall one of the kings almost overthrew Westminster using like based by the peasants' protests of the institution. Like it actually almost happened.
I know Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Westminster.
Dang.
Oh yeah, human rights.
November.
Yeah, Tom Boy says Human Rights Watch has no credibility after COVID. Those human rights organizations have zero credibility because they will complain about these protesters being arrested, but they will cheer on someone who offends someone on Twitter being arrested, and they will ask for hate speech laws. They will cheer on hate speech laws. I guarantee you, these same people are supporting the fucking abhorrent laws that the Irish government is trying to pass that make spicy memes a fucking crime that'll send you to jail for 6 years or 6 months or something. But no, all this other shit. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But how dare you take away their signs? Like, fuck these people, man. Anyway, it's time to talk about Hobo Floyd.
Yay.
So Jordan Neely, which is an ironic name because nobody knelt on him, was killed. He tragically died in a. How did the fucking media put it? There's been some interesting ways to phrase it. Let me find
Well, the default one is murder. Pardon me. Excuse me. Yeah.
I know Tim's gonna love talking about this story.
No, I'm not backseating it. Like I'm not. I don't have.
Oh, no.
We don't
No,
have. We've done choke breakdowns.
I know how much you love talking about people being choked and chokeholds.
Yeah, no, we did that. We did that on the last couple of episodes.
I know, because everybody keeps getting fucking choked.
I swear I don't try and bring
Stop
this shit
fucking
up.
choking. I know.
I don't bring this shit up. It just fucking happens, and I happen to be qualified to talk about it.
But yes, death of unhoused New York City subway rider placed in chokehold ruled a homicide.
Yeah. We don't have all the facts. Like we don't. There is the viral clip. It's like 3 minutes long. Going. We don't yet know how long he was actually held in the chokehold for. The whole encounter lasted about 15 minutes. They say.
Yeah.
Even in the clip that we have, you do see him go limp, but then the Marine still holds the choke for like another 20, 30 seconds. And as we've said before, even that's too long. But either way,
you know what I don't understand?
Yeah.
If someone's got you in a chokehold, tap out.
Theoretically,
because someone who's done practiced chokeholds before, at the very least, is going to know that being tapped is like, I'm okay.
The Marine. So I looked this up. I looked it up. Marines learned how to do this in basic training. It's part of the Marine Corps martial arts program.
Oh,
they are taught. He's not a random. He didn't learn this elsewhere. Probably he at least learned this in basic training. But normal people don't know how to tap out. But he should know. Yeah, the dude's limp. Let go.
Yeah.
The Marine should have already known that. But that's about as much as I'll backseat it. Because we don't have all the facts.
Yeah. Because it's possible that he held his arms, like he didn't quite put pressure on it.
The dude, you see the dude's arms. You see the dude's arms like flailing, and then they go. His arms are free, and then they go limp, and then the guy in the black hoodie gets figure four arm lock
on him. He gets an
Yeah.
unlock. He's secured. He's flying, but the Marine doesn't let go for like 30 seconds at least. We don't know exactly. The clip does a jump cut like right after he goes limp, and so we don't actually know exactly how long. At least I don't know yet exactly how long the choke was held for. But even what we saw in the clip is too long.
Yeah,
in my opinion. So either way, we'll see what happens to this. Like,
once they go to sleep, just you let it go.
that's the point. That's exactly because we've talked about why you need to let go because eventually you'll kill somebody.
But yeah, someone dug up this wonderful thing. Try to stay away from the Michael Jackson impersonator if you see him. Used to be cool dancing to MJ in the subway train, but as of late, he's become a maniac. Sometime in late spring, early summer, I saw him in the train. His radio fucked up and he was angry as fuck, cursing and bad-mouthing commuters, screaming, "What the fuck are you looking at? Don't look at me." Totally didn't expect him to act as such. Ever since that day, he's just been a scary dude to me. He doesn't dress up anymore, no more dancing, just asks for money, occasionally shouting obscenities. Today, however, was odd. Sometime in the morning on my way to school, I'm sitting on the bench and out of nowhere, I hear some guy just going off. I just hear someone going off, cussing up a storm. It was the MJ dude. Everyone besides this guy was quiet. An MTA crew was there, but they did nothing and just let him continue to blowing his gasket. Train arrives and I just get in the car. He's not in because I'm sure as fuck not getting in the same car as him. Dude didn't even wait till he got inside the train. I was scared for the people next to him out of fear that someone was going to fall on the tracks. Just avoid the guy at all costs. Try not to look at him. Stay safe. And an update from the 4th of May 2023. Listen, I'm not deleting this post. I have muted this thread, so I stopped getting alerts. This is not an excuse for you right-wing lunatics to be acting wild in the comments or spew your anti-black bullcrap, so please refrain. So yes, this is the same guy. This is. I wonder if this article has a photo of him. Like, you watch. I won't be able to find the photo of him as a fucking
Michael
MJ dancer.
Michael Jackson,
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah, there was the tweet or somewhere.
There's a tweet.
Oh, all the lefties are pushing the same.
Ayanna Presley did it. I think it was Ayanna Presley who put that out. The Michael Jackson clip.
Yeah.
AYA Presley. YA
Now let's go over what homicide means. It means someone.
It means the intentional killing of another.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with legality. It's just it was caused by a
makes
person.
no judgment.
It was just caused by
another human. Homicide. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't know if it was a government account or a personal account, but she's the one who put the name out. She's the one that put the Michael Jackson video out.
This is just retweeting tons of shit.
Yeah, it might have been on her personal one.
No, I don't think she has. I don't think she separates it. Rep Presley.
So
no, May 2nd.
So we're not saying
there's
murder.
at Ayanna Presley and at Rep Presley. But I can't find the tweet. That's fucking buried now. Oh no, there it is. Hang on. Link in private chat. Incoming.
Hang on, I might just be able to scroll.
Beep. Private chat.
Link. God damn it!
Oh bullshit! I've literally got.
No, that's my fault.
Okay, I was thinking, did she delete it in the 20 seconds between then?
Black men deserve to grow old, not be lynched on a subway because they were having a mental health crisis.
Wait, that's a mental health.
Yeah,
crisis?
I can't play the audio. The video will get fucking nuked from orbit.
Shamo.
Yeah.
And this is a very old.
This is like
video.
a decade old at that point.
What is the community knows trying to tell us? Cause of death was
compression.
Well, lynching is not a real. Is lynching an actual act, or is it just the killing of a black person?
Linking as an extrajudicial unlawful killing. Yeah. I mean,
we've gone over it.
Technically, you are using your arm as You're using your arm as a noose. Effectively, is what you're doing. So, in a way,
Jordan Neely had a criminal record, including 44 prior arrests.
Yeah,
some for violent arrests, such as felony assault on an elderly woman. Witness Neely was behaving unpredictably and threatening to harm innocent bystanders when he was restrained, and that's what it all come down to.
Yes,
because a credible threat can be verbal. I'm going to kill you. There you go.
Imminent threats.
Imminent credible threat.
Yep. and that's why the Marine supposedly jumped in.
But
and
it doesn't we all know it doesn't fucking matter because this happened in New York City.
Yeah.
And it'll go in front of a New York City judge and a New York City fucking jury. So this guy's getting fucking arrested.
Yep.
Guilty.
Guilty.
And he's military.
Let's hope he can get a let's hope he can get a military.
Because most of
advocate.
the things did a good job of not identifying him.
His name is.
But his name's out there now.
Penny something.
Penny is his last name. Yeah. Thanks to the Daily Mail for fucking leaking that.
Yeah.
They redacted his name, but left his last name on the caption of the photos.
Yeah.
Because they're fucking idiots. But of course, all the regular race grifters jumped straight in. Of course,
Grifters go
AOC
grift.
Jordan Neely was murdered, but because Jordan was houseless and crying for food. Yes, he was crying for food. Go fuck yourself, lady. Jesus Christ.
In a time when the city is raising rents and stripping services to militarize itself, I mean, you're not wrong there. NYPD is getting way out of hand with its fucking technology and equipment. While many in power demonize the poor, the murderer gets protected with passive headlines and no charges. Well, was it illegal?
Yeah.
Was it illegal to step in? Like, yeah, he misapplied the choke, but were his actions originally justified? Like,
It is a tragic. Look, make no mistake. It is a tragedy.
oh fuck yeah, and exactly. It's like
It's a tragedy. It shouldn't have happened.
No. And if Jordan Neely was in jail or in a mental health facility, this could have all been. Or if the cops, if the NYPD,
if the cops had fucking been there.
Yes, exactly. This was all completely preventable.
But we know the cops don't do anything.
No.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
They've literally watched a person get stabbed.
No. But what they're going to do now is they're going to use this event as as justification. Say, hey, this is why we ban chokeholds.
Yeah.
Because the cops are not allowed to use this move.
Yeah. So. But and people are going to argue, well, he was homeless and he was reaching out. Fucker, when I was homeless, the last thing I would think about is going up and like attacking people. I knew exactly where that would put.
He was probably.
I mean, sure, put me in jail, and yes, I'd get
3 hots and a cot
like that. But yeah, but you
got to deal with the.
You also get raped.
Your life is
you'd be tossing some
your
fucking
life
salads.
Your safety, your safety isn't worth that. It's like fuck that.
So the protesters have decided that they're now going to disrupt the New York City subways.
Run down. Beep beep. Run them down. Hey, conductor, just crank the throttle just a little bit more, buddy. Beep beep, motherfucker.
I'm gonna laugh if one of them hits
the third rail.
the
Yeah,
third rail.
That guy, well, that idiot over here was fucking bouncing up and down on it. There he is.
And someone's like, "What the fuck?"
Third rail's right there. This guy's like, "Get the fuck down! Get the fuck down! You dumbass!"
This is why people should carry, even in New York. Just look at all the subway police there. Like,
bro, you hurting her right now.
he's not touching her, but she's caught in the doorway. Let the door fucking close. Shut the fuck up, all of you. cops should just put a gun in his face and just say, "Get the fuck out of the way." At this point,
you're misunderstanding. He's not the problem. He's trying to get off the fucking train. These people are stopping him from getting off the train. They're stopping everybody from
my
getting
camera.
off the train.
I'm interpreting the scene totally wrong. I thought the camera was inside the train. I thought the camera was inside the train.
No, this is outside. This is on the platform. These people are on the platform.
Oh,
this guy's trying to get out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was confused. I thought that. Yeah.
And if you listen, someone says, "Yeah, get out," and then you hear that people are saying, "You're not getting out." Yeah, get off.
Yeah, he wants to get out of the train. Okay.
Yeah, get off and then not getting off.
Totally misinterpreted the footage. Yeah.
Yeah, this is false imprisonment. They are keeping them there against their will.
Okay, police officer, put a gun in the screaming woman's face instead, and just make her shut up. Don't get off the train.
Don't get off the train. Get off the train. Like,
don't get off the train. Don't get off this train.
Just depart.
They lynching us out here, bro. Who's lynching you?
Fucking depart.
I wish that guy in the ball cap got lynched. I'm sick of this shit. I'm so sick of this direct action nonsense. Direct action.
Put your fucking foot on the gas.
Yeah, direct action needs to be taken in the opposite direction. Oh,
yeah,
buddy,
I feel for that guy. That's just like, what is he going to do?
Yeah, I just want to get. It's
okay. He can go to the next stop.
But
the train can't get to because
just get him. Just go to another exit on the train, man. Go to another door, which is probably already obstructed by all these other fucking protesters.
The other doors are closed.
Yeah, exactly.
The other doors are closed. These people are holding this fucking door open and holding
the cops
the train
should
at the
be.
station.
No, it's the NYPD. You can't choke these people.
Well, they can't.
But they should do it anyway. I don't give a fuck anymore. Just that they should be dragging. They should be dragging these protesters physically away from the train at this point. They're interfering.
Cops. They're fucking station cops, which have less power than actual cops.
Yeah.
No, I don't think these are transit police.
That's NYPD. Yeah.
Oh, is that actual police?
That's the actual NYPD. I think according to the badge. Either way, that like the rail police and all that exists.
That's not transit police. That's police city of New York.
The actual place.
Yeah.
Either way, every single one of those cops should be forcibly dragging those protesters away from the door. They're interfering with the whatever the fuck you call it, the normal function and operation of a train by trying to hold that door open and yell at this dude. No, you grab them by the fucking back of their collar or their neck and you throw them on the fucking ground and you let the train go about its business. Like these people are a public danger and they need to be treated as such.
Yeah, Tom Bolo says just cancel the trains because someone died on one.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane.
Yeah, but
it's where the police need the billy clubs start whacking.
So there was this story popped up just before the show.
Yeah, I think I saw something.
A heavily armed black African American is currently shooting innocent people in Allen, Texas. Early reports this is racially charged incident, as the attacker said this is for Jordan Neely shortly before opening fire, according to witnesses.
Mate, if you're going to get revenge for Jordan Neely, you should have been shooting up a Marine base. If that's your motive, remember that you're shooting up someone in Texas to start off with, but the man who killed him was a U.S. Marine.
Well, there were black people helping in holding them down too. So
that was quick.
He found out.
Yeah, he fucked around and found out. Good riddance.
Yeah.
How many wounded compared to how many killed?
I don't know. Let's.
I'm guessing it's going to be more wounded than killed.
Are you gonna? Yeah. The what's it called? Rule. Yeah.
Is it Coulter's rule?
Coulter's rule. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
What is Allen, Texas?
If they mention the race, if they mention the race, well, they're white. If they don't mention the race, then the shooter's black.
No. It's if they're more wounded than killed, and it's African American shooter.
No, if there's more killed than wounded, it's a white shooter.
White.
Yeah. I cannot show this video. This is uncensored. The shooter's dead. And there's lots of blood there. Damn. I'll put it.
Oh, did they show the shooting? Put it somewhere in chat.
No, they show the aftermath. I'll show that. I'll put it in private chat.
Oh, they must have hit an artery when they shot him.
It looks like they popped him in the head.
Ooh, juicy.
He's wearing. Well, he's got an AR-15.
Five people dead. Children
got
among the dead.
He's
Unknown
got an
motive.
AR-15, and he's wearing.
Oh yeah!
He's wearing a full rig. So
gunman appears to have a tattoo on his hand. I can't tell what that is.
Yeah,
And
that was a good
Yep,
clean
it's got a
shot.
rig.
yeah, right through.
well, it looks like they got him in the eye because his glasses are next to the body.
Yeah,
one of the lenses
I
is
was gonna say,
gone.
did they hit? Did they hit
right
the
there
peach?
at least the front edge of like the forehead.
Yeah,
they're fucking.
mouth.
Yeah,
right in the eyes. Yeah, I was gonna say
Right there.
they didn't hit the peach. No, but they just got him in the head. They just shot him in the head.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
squarely in the head.
And of course, Brian Krasenstein with the second mass shooting in less than 10 days. It's at least fair to say thoughts and prayers aren't working. Day is Allen, Texas. Where will it be tomorrow? I get it. We cherish the Second Amendment in this country. I get it. We will never be like the UK. Whatever, you fucking twat.
But this is what I don't get. This guy was doing it because of Neely, like a revenge.
Oh,
well, allegedly.
Fuck you, Julian. Fuck you, Julian. There's one reply down there. Do not call the Texas shooting a mass shooting. This is a terrorist act enabled by Greg Abbott, TX, NRA, and gun-loving freaks like Donut Operator.
Oh,
wow.
Bringing in Donut Operator. Okay.
I know.
Did he tag him? Did he tag him?
Yes, he
'Cause that's
tagged
great.
Donut as well. I know Donut.
Donut's keeping like, yeah.
Donut
that's
is
fucking
former
great.
military and former police, but holy fucking shit. Like, oh my God. Is
he in Texas?
Donut, I think Donut lives in Texas now, or he is planning to. Yeah, I think he lives in Texas now.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to show this one.
Yeah. I mean, Donut's probably one of the biggest gun tubers currently. Yeah, either way, like they're dragging him into this shit now. It's just like, holy shit.
People just taking off.
As you would.
Yep. There we go.
Let me share it with audio because you can hear the gunshots.
Yep.
First fire. That sounds.
No, that's not.
No, sorry. That's
just a regular semi-automatic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can hear it.
Yeah. He's just pulling the trigger quickly before because he had a lot of targets.
Shopping centers are gun-free zones.
Parker says flashcasts on this segment right now.
It's flashcast, whatever.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I'll just turn off the screen sharing while I'm scrolling through these tweets because
outside
because there was some fucking bodies and
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
oh my God.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Take the ARs away. One too many. You know, your pistols do that
Oh
shit too.
Jesus, that's kids.
Yeah, there's kids dead.
Oh
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. You just walked up and just started shooting. And this is for this is false. Yeah,
Jesus.
he just rocked up and started shooting, and then allegedly, as we saw before, this is for
Person
Jordan
says,
Neely. Like,
I just saw a terrible clip of the victims, and they're all white. Yeah. I wonder if he's got a manifesto.
this is for Jordan
We'll have to
Neely.
wait for the FBI to create one because I don't think
Yeah.
they were expecting this one.
Wasn't he white?
I thought they said the shit was black in what we were looking at before.
Yeah, that's what I.
He doesn't look
what I
that.
said. He doesn't look very black. No.
No, he doesn't look particularly dark.
So he must have been an
mulatto
ally.
People are making a big deal out of the fact that the shooter was Hispanic. Oh, must be Hispanic.
Is he Hispanic? Okay, Hispanic I can buy because we were looking at the thing it said black before.
This might be one of the cases where the Hispanic is.
The Allen,
POC.
Texas shooter had this on his hand. Was he Dallas Tango Blast? What the fuck's Dallas Tango Blast? Puro Tango Blast.
Is it a gang?
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Puro Tango Blast is a term collectively used to describe regional-based street or prison gangs of generally Hispanic men from major Texas cities. Why would a fucking gangbanger
Incarcerated
Go
men-
on a mass shooting.
Incarcerated Hispanic men from major Texas cities, including Houston, Dallas. So Allen is in DFW, I think.
Yeah.
Often referred to as a prison gang, Tango Blast is different than non-traditional prison gangs such as Mexicanemi and the Texas Syndicate.
This person said if he was a member of a prison gang, he's clearly been to prison, making it illegal for him to have those firearms, I imagine.
Wow.
Oh, interesting.
Looks like he has a tattoo on his chin too. Yeah, more. Oh, God, fucking hell. High capacity magazine, whatever dipshit.
Yeah, it seems to be like Antifa, like it's cell-based. It's not a structured gang, but it's a movement, essentially.
Yeah.
In a way, like it's
Wait.
just there's no
God,
hierarchy.
They've infiltrated the prison system now. Oh God.
Always did.
Well,
yeah. So it was an outlet mall. Jeez.
So a gang member commits a mass shooting with a weapon that presumably he's not allowed to have.
The door open, and I was letting like the customers come inside the store. He pretty much was walking down the sidewalk and he was just like blazing for the most part and just shooting his gun.
Inside or outside?
Outside the store. He was walking down the sidewalk towards Fatburger and he was just shooting his gun everywhere for the most part.
Jesus.
So you're hearing their witnesses
Indiscriminately,
describing
sounds like.
what they say is the shooter.
The door
Sorry, I just don't want to scroll past some corpses and have YouTube fucking go cuck up bananas. Because I've scrolled past some corpses a few times. Like, do not look up Allen, Texas, unless you want to. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Don't look that shit up. Because holy shit, I just like that kid's. Oh my God! Jesus fucking Christ! I'm not even gonna send you guys this one. Fucking hell. That's a kid's brains. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I'll go to 4chan if I want to see that shit.
Like, I'm perfectly fine seeing a shooter dead on the ground.
Oh yeah,
but fucking hell. And of course, all the fucking anti-2A people straight away.
We need reasonable common sense gun laws. Yeah, you have them because
Bodies aren't even cold.
No.
Yeah.
Black killers bragging and filming. Dude, seriously? There's no audio. Fuck you.
The guy wasn't even supposed to have weapons. So
Well, we don't hardly know. We don't know.
We don't actually know his criminal record. He has the Purity. He's got a gang tattoo. Who knows if he's a felon? We don't know his record yet.
Snafu, there was a mass shooting in Allen, Texas, which is in Dallas Fort Worth area. 5 people killed, including some children.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look it up. Like, don't look it up on Twitter. Look it up on the news.
Yeah,
because there's tweets sharing dead kids.
Excuse me.
And that's gonna haunt me for a few days.
Mm-hmm.
And wow. Okay. Yeah. That's fucking wow. Okay. See, dead shooter. I feel nothing.
No, that kind of gives me a little half chub seeing killers dead. But the rest of it, no, that's an instant. Just no, fucking hell, I can't. No.
Oh, Jesus. This person says John Cooper tweets says I'm not sharing this the video, and then proceeds to share the worst fucking still from said video.
God.
Is it the one with the dead guy or the dead kids?
The dead kids.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Fucking hell. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking Christ. Sorry, this is probably really boring content because nobody's seeing anything.
No.
But trust me.
If we were on Rumble, we could do
number 1, I can't. And number 2, you don't want to see it.
No.
Like, honestly, I think I should just move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's best to move on.
It's a developing story, so
yeah. We'll definitely cover it next week.
Yeah.
When we know more. But yeah, fuck. I'll do some brain bleach. Holy shit.
Yeah. Please.
So goddamn. Yeah, it's fucking yeah.
Smells like a false flag to me. if that motive is true, this is for Jordan Neely. Smells like a false flag.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Australian model, Ellie Gonzalez. Received backlash for her see-through wedding dress. What are you sharing with everybody? It's supposed to only be for your husband.
We're going to see some titties?
No, we're not going to see some titties. I can't show titties. I got in trouble last time.
No.
It got age restricted, which meant I couldn't even watch it.
Oh.
So yes, that's a pretty no lie. That's a pretty hoary wedding dress.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Gold Coast. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. I was just down the Gold Coast.
Where is this whore getting married? Oh, Gold Coast. Yeah, never mind. Understand.
No, understandable. Have a nice day. I'm like 30 k's from the Gold Coast.
She's a hooer.
She's a hella. Oh yeah, I was. Understandable.
And I was kicked out of store over my shorts. I'm a victim of hot phobia.
Like shorts.
No shorts, no service. An OnlyFans star was kicked out of the supermarket for her skimpy outfit. Well, this section was, I used to call it, like when I first set up the thing, it wasn't called brain bleach.
Hold on. This is Brazil. Why the fuck? Like, Brazilian women walk around wearing barely nothing a lot of the time.
They walk
but it's
around
still a
nude
Catholic country.
practically.
Yeah.
The 21-year-old shopper claims that she was minding her own business when she noticed other customers serving her hostile looks and aggressive insults before she was kicked out by supermarket staff.
Newly see-through white tank top without a bra and denim shorts so high cut that they verge on bikini bottoms. I mean, look. That's my aesthetic.
Bad.
That's my aesthetic.
Let me
this is not a crime.
Save this name for later.
With Brazil, there's a time and place for it. That time and place is not in a grocery store.
I have nothing wrong with the top. I can see whether they have an issue with the pants. Maybe they need to be just an inch lower. Just hide a tiny little bit more skin.
The time is always, and the place is my face.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
I just need to very, very carefully make sure that Tim is there.
The denim shorts and flip flops.
Not scroll any further.
That's my aesthetic. This
top is very, very transparent.
It's very convenient that our profile pictures are hiding the chest right now.
Tim, drop out.
Tim, you gotta leave. For the good of the titties, no. So that's enough brain bleach.
That's definitely my aesthetic. The denim shorts and flip flops.
No,
I'm a fan.
No, Costi, I'm not scrolling. Yes. So the Rings of Power will complete its second season without its showrunner amid the Writers Guild strike. So I guess the Writers Guild,
the show might get better.
The WGA, the Writers Guild of America, is on strike for the second time this century. Last time was in 2007, 2008, where they struck for 100 days, and lots of shit got cancelled.
Oh God! As
of Monday, all the late night shows have shut down production because they don't have any writers to write their jokes.
And nothing of value was lost.
B sign that a recession is coming.
Already there.
True, but once the Writers Guild strike, you know that something
the
bad
normies
happening.
are gonna the normies will finally wake up and understand. Yeah,
I agree, Snafu. I'm not going to show that stuff.
Yeah, you could have improvised Rings of Power and it would have been better.
Yeah,
or better yet, just have ChatGPT make it.
I do find it's funny that
ironically,
so-called comedians
literally do
writers.
the AI. Literally do the AI animation that's coming out now.
Well, I thought we'd go through their demands.
Been better.
I thought we'd go through their demands.
I haven't read this one. Okay,
I've got their negotiating status as of the 1st of May. So let's have a look, shall we? So on the left is the WGA's proposal. So this is what the Writers Guild wants.
Mm-hmm.
The American Motion Picture Producers and Picture. Fucking
something.
Theater
Motion picture theatre production.
Alliance of Motion Pictures, Picture and
Picture.
Television Producers is the AMPT.
Television producers, yeah.
So the WGA wants minimums of 6 to 5% of all minimum, including residual basis. So they want an increase of.
What is that? Minimums? What does that mean? Is that like royalties?
So this is what they want increase. They want the increase of. They want the minimum royalties
increase.
and residuals to be 6 to 5%.
6%.
Yeah, 6, 5, 6, -5, -5. So there's like a calculation. So look, I've never received residuals for a television show.
No, so yeah.
I'm not 100% sure how that works. But yes. So the AMPTP is offering 4, -3, -2. Yeah. So they're not close. Well, I guess they're close. They're
it is
within
royalties,
2 percentage points. So
okay.
Unfortunately, not actually close.
yeah. So
Just the way the
so
percentages
for
work.
features, which is films. So streaming features will, with a budget of $12 million or more, receive full theatrical terms. So they've already got an agreement that has terms for what you get paid for a theatrical film.
So if
streaming feature films don't fall under that agreement.
Okay.
So they want to bring those in under that.
So if you
screenwrite a film for a theatrical release, you'll get paid X.
Yep.
If it doesn't go to theaters, you get paid Y. And
Yeah,
and
but
there's the Y isn't defined under the agreement. They want to define it in the agreement.
Yeah.
And the definition will be that you'll get what you would get for a theater release if it's a streaming feature with a budget of 12 million or more.
Yeah.
And if it's a budget of 12 million or more, you'll get the full terms of a theater release.
Yeah, so
including better initial compensation and better residuals.
Yeah.
Let me guess, a lot of them are more than 12 billion budgets.
I'd say more than a ton of them are more. 12 million for a feature. That's pretty much anything except an indie film.
Yeah. Basically everything that
that's definitely
high
modern,
level
and that's
productions.
any modern movie basically.
Yeah. So made for HBS VOD programs, 96 minutes plus with a budget of $40 million or more, receive a 9% increase to initial compensation.
High budget
no
subscription
improvement in
video on
residual.
demand. So like your big Amazon productions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. High budget subscription video on demand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the counter offer. The counter offer is no, you don't get theatrical terms for streaming videos. If they're longer than 96 minutes with a budget of $40 million or more, you'll get a 9% increase to the original slated compensation, and the residuals stay the same. No improvement.
Yeah.
So require a second step if hired for a screenplay for less than 250% of minimum. I'm not sure what a second step is. Guaranteed second step. Let's see. WGA. The proliferation of one-step deals is exacerbated for screenwriters earning less than 200% of the minimum. A second step. What is a fucking second step? Okay, so this is the compensation guide. So first draft. Let's have a look and see if I can find second step. Okay, so deals with multiple guaranteed steps. A little more than half of screenplay contracts include more than one guaranteed step. Most commonly, these are two-step deals with a rewrite as the second step. In deals with a second or third guaranteed step, the median for the total guaranteed compensation is slightly lower than for one-step deals, which reflects the fact that many one-step deals are significantly above the MBA minimums. Okay, having the actual compensation guide will probably help understanding this. So, so guaranteed seconds require a second step if the hired for screenplay for less than 250% of the minimum. Rejected our proposal, countered by offering meetings to educate creative executives and producers about screenwriters' free work concerns. Okay. So their concerns are they're working for free. So they'll write their screenplay or teleplay and they'll be paid X amount of dollars, and then they'll be asked back to do some rewrites. But because there's no second step in their agreement, they won't be paid for it. So they'll have like 4 or 5 rewrites, and eventually they'll end up working for peanuts. So they want a guaranteed second step if the pay for writing the screenplay is less than 250% of the minimum payment for writing a screenplay. So
wow.
The counter offer is no, but how about we educate producers and creative executives about the screenwriter's free work concerns?
So no.
So they're nowhere. They're nowhere there. Weekly pay. So of course, this is all movies. This is all features. Weekly pay. So 50% pay upon commencement, and remaining 50% to be paid out weekly over the writing period. Applies if the writer is paid less than 250% of minimum. Writers above this threshold have the right to opt into weekly pay. So they want, if you're writing for a film, they want half the money up front, and the remaining half to be paid out weekly over the period of writing. Only if the writer is paid less than 250% of the minimum fee for writing a feature. Minimum fee.
What
for
the
writing a
hell?
Feature. So
what is the minimum fee then?
So first draft, being hired to write a first draft of the screenplay accounts for almost 50% of screen contracts analyzed. This includes deals where only the first step is reported. So among one-step deals, the deal median guaranteed compensation across all companies for recent years was $250,000 for writing works on major studios. When broken down by experience level, so it looks like $100,000. I want to say $100,000 is the median. Like, I think that might be the minimum average. Well, I know what the median is, but I think when they refer to minimum, they mean the median. Like,
per person or just per writer's group?
Per person.
Per writer.
It's for a writer, yeah.
Okay.
Per writer.
So if you're paid $250,000, that's 250% of the median. Then you don't apply. But yeah.
Well, you can have the right to opt into it.
Yeah, you can opt into weekly pay. It's been rejected out of hand.
Naturally.
So establish minimums.
Writing is a gig job.
Establish minimums. Well, and some of their argument is we don't want to be like Uber drivers. It's like, well,
you are essentially.
Basically, that's how it's always been.
L. Phillips on Rumble says the lizard coronation today. No, it was yesterday. So establish minimum for streaming. Extend television Appendix A terms to high-budget shows made for streaming video on demand, including weekly minimums, 13-week guarantees, and residuals based on aggregate. Okay, so they want the existing terms that apply to regular television to extend to streaming video on demand. And that's probably because Netflix doesn't do 13-week guarantees. They do 10 fucking week episodes. Or 8 episodes. So the counter is Appendix A weeklies apply only to high budget comedy variety programs made for streaming video on demand.
Ooh, that's very limited.
Yep. Budget break is $700,000 for a 30-minute show. 1.15 million for $1.15 million for a 60-minute show. No aggregate or 13-week guarantees would apply, and writers can be employed on a day rate basis.
Oh my god! Wait,
They're nowhere.
How many high budget comedies have writers? Usually, it's the comedian who writes up.
No. For like comedy specials, yes, but for like your comedy sitcoms, it's a group of writers.
They all have writers, absolutely. Even if that writer happens to be like the lead star or something like that, or a producer, they all have writers.
And
it's variety programs too. So this is your Kimmel and the like. And
no, this is for streaming video.
High budget comedy / variety programs made for SVOD.
SVOD.
Sorry.
SVOD. Streaming
doesn't
video
apply. They're happy with
video.
They're happy with the. This is all about streaming.
Yeah. So I suppose maybe their specials and stuff. maybe the Kimmel Colbert specials or the Jon
here's,
Stewart specials.
Here's where we get into the actual broadcast television.
Episodic television is different. Yeah, gotcha.
So preserving the writers' room, pre-green light rooms. So this is writing rooms before the show's been picked up. So they want a minimum staff for a pre-greenlit show of 6 writers, including 4 writer producers. So writer producers is like the next
job creation.
level up. Yeah,
this is purely job creation.
Yeah. Post greenlight rooms, 1 writer per episode up to 6 episodes, then 1 additional writer required for each 2 episodes. After 6, up to a max of 12 writers.
Yeah, no.
Example, 8 episodes require 7 writers, including 4 writer producers. 10 episodes require 8 writers, including 5 writer producers.
That is just so much bloat.
That's ridiculous.
That
rejected our proposal, refused to make a
should
counter.
be. No, you don't need that many writers. This is purely job creation. It's purely to have more people involved in the process, just to make sure that people can get gigs and stuff like that. But it's just,
this one feeds into it. The duration of employment.
Mm-hmm.
So pre-greenlight rooms, minimum of staff guaranteed at least 10 consecutive weeks of work.
No.
Fucking
The
hell.
show hasn't even been picked
before
up
the
yet.
show's even been fucking approved. You know how expensive that'll make productions? Like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is before the pilot even...
Before they've even fucking filmed the pilot. This is a pre-greenlight room. Like, so this is this is pre-production, production, and post-production before the fucking pilot's even been picked up. Like, holy shit!
Yeah, this is all just the preparation of the pilot itself.
This is TV. Remember, so, post greenlight rooms, writers on staff must get at least 3 weeks per episode. So writers on staff for post greenlit shows, writers on staff must get at least 3 weeks per episode, up to a max of 52 weeks. Oh, okay, so if you're a staff writer and there's 10 episodes, you must have 30. You must get paid
at least 30 weeks.
30 weeks.
Yeah.
Half the minimum staff must be employed through production. So if production takes 12 months, half the minimum staff must be employed.
Mm-hmm.
Through the production, meaning they have to staff.
So
them
whether
all
there's a stoppage for, someone being sick or whatever.
And one must be
one writer must be employed through
post
post-production. Wow. Surprise, surprise, rejected our proposal, refused to make a counter. TV weeklies, increase weekly rates of staff writers, story editors, executive story editors by 6 months. I don't know what this fucking 6 -5 -5. Like, I don't get that. Like, yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I feel like that's a
we're missing context.
That's a context cue that I'm missing. And establish a new writer-producer tier with weekly rates above. Okay. So this also feeds into this.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to establish a new position of writer-producer with a weekly rate 25% above story editor, executive story editor. So they want a fucking another tier, and then they want to make sure there's plenty of them. That pay 25% enough, like 25% above.
Yeah. Doing nothing.
Well, doing exactly what a executive story editor does.
Basically,
nothing.
Yeah.
So the counter is increase weekly rates of staff writers but by the same amount as the other rate. So this is their broad offer. It looks like, and this is their broad demand. 655, and they want 432. So establish new writer-producer tier with weekly rate 2 to 7% above story editor, executive story editor, depending on terms of employment. That's a big fucking difference.
Big difference.
Holy shit.
That might as well have been rejected our proposal, refused to make a counter.
Yeah, they would, but they also had to add in the basic.
Yeah, that's right.
Rates.
Yeah.
Increases.
We'll give you you can have the new role, but it can only be 2 to 7% more than a story editor. I guess there's a lot of executive story editors that want promotions, but there's nowhere to go. So they want to become writer producers because it sounds better.
Oh God.
Pre-green light room compensation. Pre-Greenlight Room weekly services paid at 25% premium. Premium applies whenever writers are hired before a season or series, or season order, including in between seasons. Oof. So that's the whole writers' room. 5% premium for development room weekly services. Yeah, so they want to get paid 25% more while they're in pre-Greenlight phase. And they are only offered 5% more for the development room phase. And the premium will only apply when 3 or more writers are hired for 10 or fewer weeks before season 1 of a series. They want the bargaining agreement. MBA, is that going to be the master bargaining agreement? So they want weekly minimums during post-production. Rejected. Refused to make a counter. Like some of these requests are fucking unreasonable. Like, holy
like
shit.
most of them.
Yeah, majority
Like,
of them.
Balls in a wheelbarrow, fucking not going to happen. So new high budget streaming video on demand residuals based on, so this is for foreign streaming. Based on foreign streaming, so streaming services foreign subscriber counts. And what they want is if the foreign streaming platform has less than 20 million subscribers, they want 50% of the base residuals. 20 to 45 million, 75%. 45 to 75 million, 100%. And more than 75 million, they want 150% of base residuals. So dollars are amounts for a 1 hour, so a 1 hour episode for the first year of use. So if you wrote a story, so you write a script for an episode of whatever shit Netflix has on now, and it's obviously got more than 75 million subs, or no, you write it for Stan over here in Australia.
Mhm.
And it's obviously got less than 20 million subs because that'd be more than the fucking country. So every episode you've written or have a writing credit on, this is why writing credits are important, you get a residual of $6,673. What they're proposing is for foreign subscription services with less than 1 million subscribers, you get 8% of the residual. 1 to 5 million, you get 16%. 5 to 20 million, you get 35%. 20 to 45 million, you get 40%. And for more than 45 million, you get 60%.
That's actually more reasonable.
Well, that's exactly right. They want to go straight to 50% at less than 20 million. Like,
plus, when you go over 100%, like, it gets a bit weird. Like, it looks like you're trying to just grab money.
Yeah. Viewership-based streaming residuals. Establish a viewership-based residual in addition to existing fixed residuals to reward programs with greater viewership. Require greater transparency regarding program views. Rejected proposal. Refuse to make a counter.
How the hell would you
They
be
want
able to
ratings.
keep
Look,
track of it?
Look,
and
Netflix
filter
has
out
the
bots.
streaming platforms have that information, and they can filter out inauthentic views. They can absolutely do that.
Okay.
But you're getting paid fixed residuals, and you also want a brand new fucking viewer-based residual, but your fixed residuals are based on viewers, on number of subscribers. Like that's
the people who actually pay to view it.
Absolutely ridiculous. Ad-supported free streaming services. High-budget programs made for ad-supported video on demand. Get TV weeklies and script fees and improved residuals. So they want to treat ad-supported free streaming services as TV. Look, that's probably fair. Like, because ad-supported free streaming services, that is TV. The only difference is the delivery platform.
That is true.
I think they should get that. I don't think they should get improved residuals. I think they should get whatever the residuals are for TV. If that's the... Like,
is this including the promo information? Because that would be under the ad-supported free streaming services.
I don't know. No idea.
Because they wouldn't generally stream the whole episodes on free streaming services. Like you still have to pay, and if you're paying, then you go back to
I think they're talking about Hulu.
subscriptions.
I think they're talking about stuff like Hulu.
Does Hulu do free streaming?
Oh, didn't they always? Isn't there Hulu and Hulu Plus?
Hulu Plus is a subscription service, though.
Yeah,
isn't
but
it?
Hulu is the regular service. Like, isn't Hulu the catch-up service?
Yeah, pretty much. But it's owned by Disney and
No,
Fox.
it's joint. Oh, yeah, it's joint owned by a few of the production company, a few of the houses.
Okay, so there are.
But yeah, I think that's what they're
Okay.
aiming at. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so it's
Hulu
those
is just
services.
pay. There's no free tier of Hulu where you just get like the last 3 weeks of content.
Yeah, I don't think
broadcast
those
content.
really exist anymore.
Okay, Snafu says there's only Hulu Plus. Okay.
Yeah, like I don't think there is any free streaming
must
service
have-
of actual episodes.
Like
at
all the networks must have just started their own.
Yeah, they either start their own streaming services, which is a subscription base.
Well,
Yeah.
Look, yeah, honestly, that's probably the only one I really disagree on. But the VAP rejected our proposal, refused to make a counter. Pension and health terms. Each member of a team gets pension and health contributions as if they were writing as an individual.
No, you get paid enough to sort it out.
Yeah,
sort it out yourself.
And of course, rejected, refused to make a counter. Artificial intelligence. Regulate the use of artificial intelligence on MBA covered projects. AI can't write or rewrite literary material and can't be used as source material. And MBA covered material can't be used to train AI. Rejected our proposal, countered by offering annual meetings to discuss advancements in technology. No, go fuck yourself. The irony is, by going on strike, they've probably hastened their own demise. So
Yep, they'll just
because
hire people that don't.
They're
not
fucking
hard to-
stupid. You can use AI to help you. Like you can use these engines to, like these language models, to help you be a better writer. I do.
And the non-union writers will be using AI for their scripts.
That's exactly right. Oh, there's some fucking stingers in some of the like if you cross the line, like if you cross the picket, this time, they're planning on just blackballing you entirely. So after you'll never be able to join the Writers Guild ever.
Yeah.
So script fees for staff writers. Staff writers receive script fees on top of their weeklies. You're a staff writer. The whole point of being a staff writer is they don't have to pay you script fees.
Scroll ups because the people can't see it.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Span, increase the span cap from 400,000 to 450,000. Basic cable remains at 375,000. Extend span protection to writers on limited series. I don't know what the span cap is. WGA span cap. What is the new so? Which limits productions on overscale income to those making less than $400,000 a year, but agree to keep a cap in place. So, span guide, protecting overscale pay on TV. TV writers, producers. Span provisions has protected overscale pay for many writer producers working on short order episodic series. The provision defends against the erosion of overscale pay that can occur as writing and production schedules extend over long periods of time by limiting the period of time covered by a writer-producer's episodic fee to 2.5 weeks of work. If a writer-producer works longer than 2.5 weeks, multiplied by the number of episodes, additional compensation is due. So, and what they want to do is increase the cap for span to the okay. That seems like just an inflation measure because the last agreement's from 2013. So,
and they're agreeing to increase the wages. So
yeah,
does
they'd
make
need to do
sense
that
to-
anyway. Yeah, increase the earnings cap for options and exclusivity from 320. Yeah, that's just a There you go. Pilot and backup script premium for high budget streaming video on demand. 150% pilot premium and 115% backup script premium apply to programs made for high budget streaming. Yeah, this is just a cash grab.
Yep.
At a time when the H is coming out of the HBSVOD market. So,
but it is a
PNH
tentative agreement, so
pension and health fund diversion, WG option to well, maybe they're doing the Trump thing, where you just go in and unbelievably high, and when they disagree, you come down and act magnanimous.
Maybe.
So they want to divert 0.5% of negotiated minimum increases to the pension and health fund. Okay. Broadcast reruns allow one additional free promotional run for new made for broadcast series. I don't know what that would actually do. WJ proposals would gain writers approximately $429 million per year. AMPTP's offer is approximately $86 million per year, 48% of which is from the minimums increase. So yeah, that's what they want. So I thought we'd look at the effects of the last time they went on strike. So the last time they went on strike was in 2007, 2008. They struck for 100 days. And it affected a fair few shows. So The Amazing Race had so originally only one season, Amazing Race season 12, was planned for the 2007-2008 season. A second season of the show, Amazing Race 13, was greenlit shortly after the start of the strike. So expect to see a lot of, if this drags on, expect to see a lot of reality TV.
Yep.
That's all that can be made.
Wait, even more than now?
Even more than now, yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, even more. Anything that they can do that doesn't require.
I'll be happy if they bring back Good News Week. Good News Week was great.
Yeah,
Good News Week.
But
look,
writing has always been a
ironically, Good News Week is one of the inspirations for this show. Because yeah. So some shows switched to non-union writers. You'll be surprised to learn that it's the fucking daily shows. So the All My Children, As the World Turns, General Hospital, One Life to Live, The Young and the Restless, and strangely enough, Power Rangers. A bunch of shows that were off-season shows. I don't think these apply anymore. I don't really feel like networks are doing off-season shows anymore. Like mid-season replacements, and like I think the TV landscape has just really changed.
Yeah, it's so different to back then.
It's all gone towards the streaming model of writing and producing.
Yeah.
If it's not, like a nightly thing, like the Jimmy Kimmel show, or like the nightly news.
Like many series had their many shows had their series just truncated.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few shows got cancelled, but look, it did affect. I remember it affected like shows that were probably going to be cancelled eventually anyway were cancelled almost immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well, it'll be interesting. Costi says, "Imagine not watching anime." So, I think it's time for a bit of Aussie news. You all demand it so much, love it so much. Oh, Tom Bowler says this is all to get their diverse agenda into paid writers' positions. Dude, they're already there.
Yeah, it's already there.
It's like,
just look at Rick and Morty. Yeah, it was introduced like second or third? I think yeah. And you see that show now, that show went to shit.
Yeah. So yeah, Victoria will be the first state to raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility from 10 years old to 12 years old, and by 2027, 14 years old. So
Cool.
yes, if you're a 14-year-old in Victoria, you'll be able to murder someone and get away with it.
Ah.
So yeah, the age of criminal responsibility is exactly what it sounds like. It's the age at which you can be held criminally responsible for your actions. Tom Bolo says, sorry, I meant even more. Yes. It's fucking been deleted. Really?
They deleted something?
Yeah, political alerts deleted fucking tweet. What the hell? I know the tweet too. It was the more redeeming one. I'll have to find it.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised that Victoria's doing that. Basically, yeah, I just see that a whole bunch of little kids are going to be doing a whole bunch of crimes just because they won't go to jail for it. And so you're just going to have an issue with youths being used for fodder, which means more kids are going to go into crime.
Yeah.
When you don't teach a kid the word no and what it means, they'll just keep on doing it, period. They will do the thing that no is supposed to be for. Fucking stupid. There's a reason why you teach them this, and that you teach them there's consequences. Fucking A.
Tom Bolo says Dan's crime kids will be his enforcement force. I can't find the tweet, but Moira Deeming, who is the Liberal MP in Victoria, who was censured and not kicked from the party, but like suspended from the party.
Kicked from cabinet.
Kicked from cabinet, like wasn't allowed to fucking sit with. You're not allowed to sit with us. Because Nazis showed up to a rally that she was at. So now she is being now they are entertaining expelling her from the party.
It wasn't her fault.
Yeah, well, they don't give a fuck, and it's Victoria, the land of the lunatics.
Yep.
So we need to build a wall across the Murray River.
Oh yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Anyway, the sad reason why a man accused of stalking Sophie Monk showed up at her door with a red rose. I feel like such an idiot. So this was up my way on the Central Coast. So because Sophie Monk lives up here, I have to try and find her house. So yes, a man accused of stalking Sophie Monk after arriving at her door with a red rose claims he believed he was in a relationship with the TV star after being catfished. Best name for a stalker ever. Brian Rapley, 49, is alleged to have traveled to Sophie's Central Coast home on April 25th with the hope that he would be meeting her in person after exchanging loved-up messages online.
On Anzac Day?
Yeah, I know, right?
I guess so.
What?
It's public holiday.
Come and visit me on Anzac Day, Brian, Mr. Rapley.
You're missing an E, but still, I mean...
No. Rapley.
Rapley?
Yeah,
Rapley. Yeah, I can see it.
It's supposed to be Rapley, but it's Rapley.
It's Rapley.
Yeah, all right.
I'm sorry, it's Rapley.
I'm taking
comedic
license.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
So he claims that a con artist posing as Sophie sent him romantic texts and DMs for 4 months before scamming him out of $7,000. Sophie's neighbors alerted her manager when Rapley allegedly yelled out for the Love Island star, who has since told police she's never been in contact or known of the man. Rapley was taken to Gosford Police Station before being served a restraining order for the incident. So there is of course, the lovely Sophie Monk.
Okay.
So he's a 49-year-old father of 2.
How old is she now?
Oh, I don't know how old.
It's got to be getting up there too. Like,
look it up. I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
Is she like on one of the talent shows?
Mid-40s. Yeah, so she came to fame back in the early 2000s, with the the Idol pop song reality.
Yeah,
that's where she
her.
got her start.
Yeah, she was one
I'm
of
a
the
big fan
like
of
I
The
think she was
Void.
a member of one of the invented
Yeah,
girl
there was. She,
bands.
yeah, she was part of the first
Pop Stars. She was on the TV show Pop
She was on the
Stars.
first season of Pop Stars,
And I think it was Bardo was the name of the band. Like the
yes, in 2000. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of The
Never
Voice
doubt
and,
my
and-
attractive woman knowledge.
Yeah, and the country's Got Talent shows.
So yes, I feel like such an idiot. Rapley told the Daily Telegraph, but I thought we were in a relationship. Rapley described the situation as belittling and distressing after being surrounded by police officers who questioned him, quote, like I was some crazed stalker. Bro, as far as they knew, you were some crazed stalker.
I mean, technically, yes, you were.
Yeah. He showed officers the messages he received asking him to come to Sophie's house. The texts even revealed her exact address, prompting the love-struck admirer to think they were going to meet. Rapley initially arrived at Sophie's home at about 7:30 a.m. Police immediately questioned why he was at the Stars' home. Rapley insisted he was visiting her for the first time and that the pair had had an online relationship. He was arrested when he returned to the street later that night. I had 5 cop cars around me and I'm being told, get out with your hands up, Rapley said. Says Mr. Rapley.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, totally Rapley. Yeah, I get it.
So, and here's the text messages. Sweetheart, are you there? Hope to hear from you soon. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, did you get enough sleep, babe? Nope. What have you been doing, babe? I miss you.
Sophie, what are you doing replying to this dude?
I've been doing nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, babe. I went to the station, didn't meet the DPO, but I was asked to come in today to sign the take down of the AVO. Then we are good to go. You serious? Thanks, and please let me know when that's done. What the fuck is he talking about?
Oh no, I'm just feeling like, is this photoshopped?
Scammers. So people who scam.
No. So according to the Rapley, the
yeah,
scammer started to
yeah.
latch onto him shortly after he left a comment under a post on Sophie's Instagram.
Mm.
Soon after, he received a message from another account with the same pic as Sophie saying, hey, it's Sophie. Let's chat here.
Yeah.
My manager reads my official account, so this is better. Don't do that, people.
So he's claiming he was scammed into it, and it's people that someone misled him. Someone impersonated Sophie.
He's been catfished.
Yeah.
So someone's catfished him, scammed him for $7,000, and tried to get him arrested. Like,
holy
sent
hell.
him to get fucking shot by the police for fucking stalking or something. So soon after,
That's
he received
pretty
a
smart
message
for the scammers.
Yeah. The scammer and Rapley only ever spoke online with the impersonator, insisting her phone was broken. Sophie Monk's phone's broken. I didn't think that was weird. I was like, if you are who you say you are, you could walk into a shop and get a new phone for free. Well, not necessarily, but during the 4 months Rapley was being scammed, he was contacted by a company claiming to be a legal firm, urging him to sign a temporary marriage certificate with Sophie, although she was already married to Joshua Gross. Oh my God, this fucking guy. You Googling Joshua Gross just to see what he looks like.
No, not at all.
I heard the keyboard.
Oh, sorry. I have clicky keys, so you'll always hear my keyboard. Sorry, I'm trying to get a different keyboard, but I have the clicky switches.
So where's Sophie Monk's boyfriend Josh Gross? Mamma Mia will have a photo. This is him.
Oh, okay.
So
he's all right.
I haven't followed Sophie Monk since Pop Stars, and I didn't even follow it. It's just that's where I know her from. Like I didn't realize she was still a thing.
Well, she lives on the Central Coast, so she's not a thing anymore.
I know she used to live. I know she used to live on the Gold Coast.
So he was told she had a major win. So, Jesus fucking Christ, these people. He was told she had a major windfall coming, but needed to be married in order to receive it. Rapley was instructed to send photo ID and sign several documents along with money. Although he questioned the insistent request for payment from who he believed was Sophie, he said he was lonely, and I believed her. In police statements, Sophie said she did not know any person by the name of Brian Rapley. I'm not in a relationship with anybody by the name Brian Rapley. I'm currently happily married to my husband, Joshua Gross. She said Mr. Rapley is due to appear in court for the AVO matter on May 16th. So, yes, this guy is a fucking idiot. Absolute fucking
Yep.
moron. Everybody get ready for me to be mad. So yes, taking action on smoking. Actually, I'll do the actual story. Vapes to be banned for recreational use. Pharmaceutical packaging to be required under crackdown.
Yeah. There's no spin on this title, by the way. That is
There's no.
that's
literally
literally
what
what's
they're doing.
happening.
So vapes will be
Rip you guys.
heavily regulated, and the importation of all e-cigarettes will be strictly controlled under a federal government crackdown on the smoking alternative. Non-prescription vapes will be banned from importation, and the federal government will work with state and territories to close down the sale of vapes in retail settings. The tax on tobacco will also increase 5% each year for the next 3 years, as the government also seeks to curb cigarette smoking through higher costs.
Yeah, because that's fucking works so far.
I made this point under Mark Butler's fucking on Mark Butler's Twitter account.
Mm-hmm.
Under his thread announcing this shit, I said I said something along the lines of, I'm not for bans, but if you're going to do this, like if you're going to say this shit with a straight face, you should just ban cigarettes. Because you're happy to ban the more safe alternative, but you won't ban the thing that does actually that is scientifically proven to kill people. You're fine with that. You're just going to make it more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just going to make people go to the black market.
You can't tax people out of an addiction. It doesn't fucking work.
Yeah,
you have tried it. Yeah,
Tom Bolo, you are fucking spot on. He says
is Tom on Rumble? Is he?
Tom's on Rumble. Yeah,
Okay,
Tom Bolo's always on Rumble. Yeah, so he says vapes were cutting into the tobacco tax.
Absolutely.
100%.
I think it's.
You want to know how much tobacco tax makes in Australia? Tobacco tax in the last year, there are figures, which was 21-22. Brought in $14.7 billion.
Yep. Who was I watching the other day? Topher Field's new show.
insane.
He was saying in an interview with somebody, I believe they were saying about 1 in 5 Australian cigarettes is bought on the black market.
Yep.
Because they're shipped in from China.
Yeah, and people will just buy chop.
Yep.
They will just buy loose tobacco.
Yeah, and rollies
in big bags and roll their own.
Yep.
Because it's just cheaper. It's fucking expensive. Like, I like a nice cigar. I can't afford $200 for a cigar. Like, it would be $100. Like, it would be $100 for a nice cigar. Actually, probably be $60 for a nice cigar, were it not for the tobacco taxes in Australia.
It's like, these retards have never heard of the Laffer curve.
Are you guys allowed to grow your own tobacco?
I don't think so. I think you need a license to grow tobacco.
No.
To cultivate.
The Australian government, and I'm pretty sure this is bipartisan, because I think the coalition or the right has tried to do some of this shit too, haven't they? Like, it's just Australian government just being retarded.
Well, and look, the initial vapes were put on prescription, made prescription only under the previous government.
Yeah.
So the Conservative government decided to make vapes prescription only.
Yep.
And the left-wing Labor government decided to just double down on it.
Yep.
So
because they're trying to get trying to get these out of the hands of kids.
Yeah, they want to get them out of the fucking hands of kids. Well,
the kids already smoke.
The literal argument is, kids are using these things. Okay, well, let's just take them away from everybody then. Are you fucking kidding me? That's not the way you fucking legislate.
Because
that is the way Australia legislates. That is
because we're kids to them.
Yeah.
All right, then
you're going to misuse your toys. We're going to take your toys away.
I want some power. I want to be the prime minister because, actually, no, I don't. I want to be the fucking. I want to be the dictator because
benevolent dictator.
Then I can say, okay, you want this. You want us to ban this. Okay, that's fine. It hurts kids. We'll ban that. We're also going to ban everything else that hurts kids. Because we're not going to be hypocrites here.
A lot of Aussies would be fine with that, though.
No more high sugar, no more sugary anything.
Well, that'll make people less obese, so people will like that.
No more alcohol.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
That's too fucking far, mate. That's too fucking far.
No more petro.
No more petrol. That's killing kids, mate. Out the people in the bush, kids are sniffing themselves to death. They're being rama, mate. They're fucking.
Like, fuck you.
Yeah. You
Fuck
can't
you people.
you can't tax your way out of every fucking problem.
Yeah.
And you're not going to confiscate this shit from kids. It's not going to work. Kids already smoke.
But the argument they're using is that it's the biggest problem in schools. It's the
fucking
biggest
not.
problem in schools.
The biggest problem in
I'm
schools is
sorry, but
fucking
if
literacy.
that's the biggest problem in schools, then vapes aren't the problem in
No.
schools. Fucking punishment is the problem in schools.
Yeah. Bring back the fucking cane.
So,
Yeah, it's not very libertarian of me, but you know, maybe the previous generations had a point.
no, it's perfectly libertarian. Because if you are surrendering your children to the government to take care of, well, then they have the same rights that the parents have, which is to punish them.
Mm-hmm.
However they say fit.
Fair enough.
And if you don't like it, don't surrender your kids to the government.
Fair enough.
But yes.
Good
So
point.
yes, this crackdown will cost $737 million.
It's a drop in the bucket, to be honest.
But how much profit?
Oh,
will
I'm sure
come
it'll make
from
more
that?
profit.
I know.
I'm sure it'll so the changes will raise $3.3 billion over the next 4 years.
Yep, there you go.
The
real reason why they're
that's
doing
what
it.
it is.
That's
They're-
exactly
they're-
right. Yeah.
They're raising money.
So and now I understand why they were stabbing at Service New South Wales. No, but yes, apparently a disgruntled customer who was extremely well known to police struck up a chat with a staff member and then allegedly knifed him in the back, chest, and shoulder. This was in Haymarket, which is it's Chinatown.
Okay.
So I think he survived. It was a 37-year-old man from Southwest Sydney.
Bloody lucky.
Doing the stabbing. Anyway.
A bladed knife, or what other kind of knife is there? Jesus Christ.
Clearly, we need to send more service workers there.
So, sorry, what is Service New South Wales? What's
Service New South Wales is where you go for service.
Like the dole and shit.
So the equivalent of
no,
Senate.
yeah, well, kind of. It's the government gateway. So,
okay, yeah.
RMS, so Roads and Maritime, yeah.
Yeah, Q government in Queensland, yeah, okay, yep, fair.
So, the Service New South Wales app is where you have your evidence of your vaccination.
Yeah.
So they handle all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yes. And finally, it's time for the fucking culture war. Oh, actually, no, it's not time for the culture war. I wanted to watch these clips from Timcast of Lance from the Surfs. So the Surfs is I believe it's a podcast, but also it's a Twitter account that dunks on people and is the worst.
The Surfs TV.
The Surfs TV, yeah. So he made he chose poorly and went on Timcast, and the intellectual titan.
If Tim Pool can beat you in a debate,
yeah. If Tim Pool can disarm you, if Tim Pool comes off looking like an intellectual titan,
you're doing something fucking wrong.
You are a fucking midget. You are an intellectual
fucking
midget.
idiot.
Make me go look. But that doesn't make you gay. If it's a trans woman, you're not gay. If you're attracted to trans women, you're not gay.
That is gay. So
No, it's not.
hold on, Seamus.
Oh, God.
Don't be rude.
The after-hour show is wild.
If you suck a trans woman's penis, is that gay?
It's not. No, you're sucking a woman's penis.
Stop.
That's
Yeah,
gay. I know.
Stop.
I got news for you.
That's pretty
Yes.
gay.
Yes, indeed.
News for you. That means you're gay.
Had to be done at least once. We finally
Yeah.
got it. Yeah. No.
So
Timcast, the people on Timcast are fucking retards. Tim included. Ian, the greatest offender. If these people can make you look, if these people can beat you in a debate, you are completely fucked up.
Yep.
And you need to question where you turned wrong in life.
Yes, you've made a mistake.
Hold on. What about
Yes.
meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
I guess
Child
services
would be...
Oh,
Well, it's her body, though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Oh, hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see her.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's her body.
It's her
if
body.
She wants to do meth. What's the problem?
Well, first,
hold on.
That
Like
is actually a good point.
He
It's like,
fucking walked right into that one, and yeah.
So are these guys must not be American. Are they Canadian?
I think he
Because
must
he
be
says I don't know
Canadian,
what
yeah.
I don't know what
Don't know what it is. What it's
I
called
don't know what it
here,
is
yeah.
in the US.
Yeah,
Is
I
he
think he's Canadian.
Okay.
Wouldn't
Maybe.
surprise me. All the fucking biggest
yeah.
dribblers are fucking
Oh
imports.
my god, it's
Of
ridiculous.
course.
To believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh no, I don't think anything is acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body,
Hold on.
and not
What
her.
about
Yes.
meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
I guess
Child
ECFS
services?
would be.
Oh,
yeah.
it's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's her body.
It's her
if
body.
She wants to do meth. What's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it.
You believe that the moment.
Not in Portugal, it's not.
It's not about illegal. It's about affecting.
There are places
a
in the world
child.
where it's totally perfectly legal, right?
Which is a very interesting point. We don't allow pregnant women to
Isn't there
drink
some
and
places
smoke.
that,
Well, no, we allow. No. We allow pregnant women to drink and smoke.
No, that's true.
They absolutely can do that. They shouldn't, but they
They
can.
shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
You'll be frowned upon. But
yeah,
They
fucking
absolutely,
pisses
absolutely
me
can.
off.
But not frowned upon for aborting a child.
No, no, that's perfectly legal. That's perfectly reasonable. You know, it's just a clump of cells.
Oh, and there was finally Tim's chat. You know what the problem is? Tim's chat's actually smarter than Tim, and
Wait,
they
wait.
occasionally
Don't-
occasionally submit questions.
Hold on, don't children get taken away from the parent if the child has developmental issues because of the treatment during the pregnancy?
You talking?
No.
If a kid is born with fetal alcohol syndrome, maybe. Probably not.
You'd have to
though.
make a
But
pretty strong case, wouldn't you?
If they're born addicted to like something like heroin, then they're generally taken into custody while the parents
Actually, I was given back to my parents. They were going to give me back to my parents for full custody. The only reason why
I didn't know you were even taken away from your parents.
Well, I was adopted to my my birth mother's
Your
sister
aunt.
because my
Your
parents.
aunt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's common.
Specifically because they knew my parents knew what situation
Yeah.
you were in, and they wouldn't be able to raise.
That's fair.
me.
Yeah, that's pretty common. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I still got visited. Like I still visited them.
Yeah, it's like you said given back. I was thinking, hang on, did he complete adopted by a totally
because
random
that sounds
couple?
like more voluntary release
Or
of
like taking over
parental.
guardianship and all that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still adoption at the end of the day. It still counts. No, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm talking about forcefully removing those rights.
Yeah, your parents gave you up, but that's not the same as being taken by CPS.
Exactly. But this was like a long time ago, and it was in California.
Oh yeah, of course, that's right. I keep forgetting you're from California. It's like, yeah, I know you live in Philly, but yeah, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's just a very odd thing that those like the things that affect a woman during pregnancy, they can have like there can be consequences to those actions from the baby and also from taking the baby away from them. But they can just kill in the womb.
Yeah.
And no reproductions whatsoever.
Pre Roe v. Wade, stuff like that would, doing that stuff would actually be illegal, but I'm not quite sure.
Fundamentally, there are states where if you cause harm to a pregnant woman and the baby dies, you are charged with manslaughter.
Yep.
Of both parties.
And in the same state, abortion is legal.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the only difference is one is wanted, one is not. So
yeah, the mother gave
the
consent to
child,
one.
the state of the child's importance
Yeah.
is determined by how much it's wanted.
Yeah. One of those was
which is-
consensual, the other was
which
not.
which is morally reprehensible.
Yeah, I cannot accept that whatsoever.
So let's watch this.
1776's Life says, "What is a woman?"
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah.
A woman is an adult human female.
He got one right.
Easy enough.
I agree with that.
So trans women are not women?
Oh, they
Also,
absolutely
I
are.
want to answer that.
They're
What is a
adult
woman?
human females.
A woman is hot.
Trans women aren't female, they're male.
No, they're female.
So they have female gamete.
Did Ian just say? a
Yes,
woman
he
is
did.
hot? That's fucking
Yes.
great.
Fucking
He's
based
hung-
answer.
He's hung around with Blair White enough. I understand where he's coming from.
No,
whatnot.
That's why.
Oh,
I
this is
call-
actually very interesting. Do you want to talk about gametes? So in embryonic development, when you have two gametes, obviously the sperm and the egg, they combine, right? Usually it's the 23rd chromosome, the XX or the XY, that is going to determine whether or not someone becomes a male or a female. But that's not always the case. There are exceptions to this, known as people with differences of sexual.
And here comes the fucking intersex defense. Like, this is the
Intersex,
most
yeah.
ridiculous
Yeah.
fucking defense.
Intersex people
To-
are not
to
male or
trans
female.
people,
They're
yeah.
intersex.
Cool. It happens in what 0.0.
Yeah, he goes through that.
Development, DSDs, or intersex people.
It's like
There could be other combinations.
0.017 or something.
It's on a conservative estimate, 0.6% to 2% of the population. There is more intersex people in America than there are redheads. So there's a lot of intersex people, and
That's
there
if you
are
go with the 2%.
That's if you go. That's if you go with the 2%. Seamus is completely right, but I do want to add one really interesting
But
thing
how does
about
that
this.
mean a female is a male?
So here's the neatest part. There are individuals who have XY chromosomes, which is normally what is going to be a male, right? You develop it. It's not the only factor, by the way. It's a push and pull with hormones and other stuff like that. But there are people who have XY chromosomes. So if you looked at their bones years into the future and you analyze them, they would be genetically male, but they have a specific condition that suppresses testosterone, which makes them develop 100% like women.
That's
We
right.
are all templates. We are all templates, and based on hormones, the expression of gender, and different factors, we turn in one direction or the other towards more male
Did
or
you know
more
that
female.
certain drugs don't affect men and women the same way?
Exactly, and that's the interesting
if-
thing. But we
if
can
someone
hijack
is-
this entire process if we take hormones. So if we take testosterone or estrogen, we suddenly can have traits that are more feminine or masculine. The redistribution,
But it doesn't
of
change.
fat.
That guy stole that fucking thing from a Dr.
77
House episode.
From a what? Sorry,
Dr. House episode.
Yeah, of course he did.
The male that presented as a female because of,
Yeah, that's
of testosterone.
the cute-looking woman who has some pop, and House just rocks up and says, "You're a man."
No,
That's the
actually,
one-
not really.
Is that the one with the blonde?
No, the one that actually looks like a female because,
Yeah.
the way it worked, it was I think her body was just suppressing testosterone, so he was pure estrogen, so they all had the estrogen looks and features.
Yeah, there's a supermodel who has cancer. And
Yep,
then,
that's the one.
Yeah,
Testis-
I think you're the same one. Yeah. There's a teenage model who thinks she has cancer, but she doesn't realize she's actually biologically. I think she's probably actually intersex. But House rocks up and tells her, "You're a man. You're a dude."
Not at the start,
You're
but
a
yeah,
man.
eventually.
That's the outcome of that. Yeah, she was.
Yeah, it's the outcome, but
It's
not
the
at
outcome.
the start.
fucking spoiler alert.
I've got the clip. I've got the official House clip up on my YouTube. So, House finds that she was birthed as male, but is immune to testosterone, giving her heightened female traits. So
Yeah, that's at the end of the episode.
that's
That's not at the start.
The official House channel spoiled it for you on the description. It's not my fault. But yeah, like it's Lance
They-
is a fucking retard.
Yes.
Yeah, Stabby. They present the exception as if it's the rule because that's how they win their argument.
It's
Basically, yeah. If
Something
one
went
exists,
wrong.
then it's all good.
Something went wrong. Humans, sex is bimodal. It's not truly binary because intersex exists. Almost everyone fits into one of two categories. That's called bimodal, which is, for all intents and purposes, binary. It's
yeah.
You want to know what I think?
penis,
I
girls
think
have a
there is a
vagina.
transgenocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization. And then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're going to go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce. And if they're at a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
How do people reproduce?
Notice how that's what he focuses on
And
straight
that
away.
is the leftist comeback to all this. Why are you so obsessed with a child's genitals?
Well, no, you were telling. Well, this is a great approach by Tim, like playing the fucking genocide card. It's like, yeah, they are being genocided. You're doing it.
It was very weird yourself.
You guys are all
later.
No.
So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not.
Sure.
Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well,
Like,
she's public about it,
But
see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
I'm just that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
Well, that it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important. It's not. It's not in my business.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't
Jennings
know
is
anything
famous.
about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass legislation?
The sterilization of teenagers.
This is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
you are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim.
You
I don't have the
support
ability
it,
to do this.
right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards?
And that's the fucking line. The line they go with. Oh, it's healthcare. 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 You know, healthcare. Like
I want to get my
lobotomies.
hands on Lance and just.
Lobotomies are healthcare.
Yeah,
Why
they
are you-
were. Yeah, they were.
Why are you stopping people?
Are you
from
feeling
accessing
depressed?
Healthcare?
You might need a lobotomy. That's
No,
what,
no. That's not how that works anymore.
I know.
You know what
it used
you
to.
need? You need
It used to
May.
be. That's it.
Why are you stopping people accessing healthcare, Lance? These
Mm.
people have a mental illness. They're not happy with themselves. They need to access medical assistance in dying.
Exactly, Stabby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that
It
was
used to be- it
that
used to
was
be healthcare.
exactly my point,
Yeah.
Stabby. It used to be healthcare, and now we realize that it's fucking barbaric. Yes, I think Lance has had one. Oh, it's great, Stabby.
Yeah. Just remember, Lance, in Japan, trans people have to be sterilized.
I'm totally watching this whole episode tonight.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
I
actually.
I really need to sit down and watch it because
Yeah.
Tim just fucking Tim has found someone he can just beat, like just absolutely fucking pound away at. Like he's found someone that's so dumb, he makes him like so dumb that he actually engages in like it's just, dude.
Yeah.
They found a more dumb person
Then Temple.
than Ian.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah.
Because
But yeah.
Ian usually is the kicking boy.
Usually it is Ian, and they
But
found
man, he was, from the clips I saw, golden.
Mm-hmm.
Just brilliant.
But yeah, there are places in the world where if you want to undergo transition, you have to be sterilized. Like if you're a female to male in Japan, you don't just get a neopenis. They will give you a hysterectomy and remove your ovaries too. Like, yeah, it obviously male to female is sterilized by definition, but you undergo a complete sterilization in some places around the world. Like it's not a question; it's actually part of the entire process, and it's mandated by law. Yeah, the serfs are just full on fucking socialists.
Yeah. Well, no, they're communists.
Yeah, even
they're,
further.
they're not.
Yeah.
They're not socialists. They're communists. They're
Yeah.
full on commies.
Yeah, they've gone into the taps.
Yeah.
Yeah, Absolute Justice Warrior is great.
Yeah. No, I really want to get my hands on Lance for purposes I can't say on YouTube.
Obviously, debate. obviously debate.
No
'Cause,
comment.
Like, that would be just brilliant.
No comment. No, these people are just fucking evil. Like genuinely evil. They'd love to play off any criticism. So they like to act as all very nonchalant, and they're shocked when people as you saw in the clip, they get shocked when they're posed with any sort of serious question. But deep down, they're not capable of putting the brakes on in their mind. They're not actually capable of self-reflection. They're not capable of just looking at the things they've said and just taking 5 seconds to say, holy shit, did I actually say that?
Yeah, well, you can tell when he's saying that stuff that he's like, wait a minute, what did I just do? And the whole adult human female is his gotcha. Like he says it so proudly.
He's
Like,
adult human
gotcha.
female.
Adult human female, but gametes this,
female.
gametes that. It's like,
Female. Yeah, it's adult human female, but what female is means something different to him.
Well, and does that mean so only trans people are intersex?
No, he's saying we're all
like
intersex.
The only intersex, that means there can only be 2% of people who can be who are trans because they're the intersex people. Then how come high schools are reporting something like 20% to 25% of kids identifying as LGBT and skewing
Because
towards
it's
the
popular.
T? Yeah, it's because fucking social
Popular.
contagion. It's a mental illness. It's a fucking mental illness.
Yes.
I think on this point we're going to switch to Rumble because the only thing I have left is the culture war stuff.
Cool.
And I think our opinions should be expressed fully and openly on a platform that isn't run by some weirdo who just doesn't like people speaking truth. Anyway, so yes, chat. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna switch over to Rumble right now. The link is in the description, so please join us over on Rumble where we will continue this conversation.
See
So
you guys
if
when
you
see
don't
us.
if you don't want to do that, then that I understand. But I would implore you to give Rumble a shot. One of these days will be Rumble only, and probably by choice. So yeah, if you don't want to join us, that's fine. We'll see you over on Rumble. We'll see you next week. If you do want to join us, we'll see you after the video.